everybody, welcome on into the Central Committee stream. It is your host, Mike from PA, and it is Sunday. You know, they keep saying that Mike from PA is promises made, promises kept. Promises made, promises kept. And those people are correct. You know, Mike is right. Mike keeps his promises. He did a gaming stream on Friday. Now he's doing a bonus stream over the weekend. I mean, what could you say? You may be asking yourself, Mike, why did you stream on Sunday? Well, the answer to that is because today, we will be going on to Francesca Hong is doing a Hong for the Holidays live stream at 3 p.m. Central Time. 1 p.m. Pacific. So I wanted to hang out with you guys, gals, non-binary pals, do a little bit of a bonus stream so that we can help juice Francesca's live stream today. And then, you know, I'll be going on with a couple of people who are members of the campaign, seem cool. So that'll be fun. So we're doing this to juice it. Right? You know, I know a lot of my viewers don't expect me to stream on Sunday, so we'll see how well the notifications work, right? How well will notifications work? This is why you should be in the Discord chat. This is why you should be in the Discord, so that when I do shit like this, you can see it. We will do a send-off tweet, but I want to do it closer to the end of the stream. And I was awake. Chat, I wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning, no matter what. So, you know, I stayed up late last night too, and it didn't matter. I cannot sleep in. So I'm like, all right, fuck it. I'm going to go live. So here we are. So we are going to do a regular stream, just chatting about shit. I can't believe I can now say gaming when without seeming like a psycho. Just keep telling your favorite video game manufacturers to pay me money and I'll play their video game. If it's good. As you can see, chat, that doesn't happen this often. A game that gives me a lot of money, I like, equals that I'll do a gaming stream. It doesn't. And I think Marvel Rivals is quite good. Woke 2.0 is back. This guy keeps coming up on my feed with consistent takes. I need to start making more takes. I keep telling myself this, but then I don't. I need a tripod. That's what I should have asked Vio for. Because I'm never going to buy this shit.
Guys that just made the swastika not a hate symbol in the Coast Guard anymore, or people who want free healthcare. If you can't choose between the swastika not being a hate symbol anymore and free healthcare, I fear you are stupid. And if that hurts your feelings, I am talking about you. I think women...
By the way, chat, this is literally what I've been saying we need online. It seems like it's a lot more popular on TikTok, but I mean, I'm very successful on Twitch, so what am I saying? I just need to try on other platforms is really what it is. But this is exactly what I've been saying. Dark woke. Why are we being nice to Republicans? Why are we kissing Republican ass? By the way, people can change their mind about what they identify at overnight. Who exactly are we offending? You pay $0 to be a Republican. Oh, my daddy was... People switch parties all the... Who gives a fuck? Right? Who gives a shit? You insult the Republican Party. If the Republican Party is not cool, then Republicans are not going to want to be Republican. I think that liberals don't understand. I don't think like liberals understand just how them being annoyed at shit motivates so many people to do that thing. It's like a little brother teasing his sister. It's not because the thing they're doing they want to do. It's just because they're getting a reaction from someone that they want to annoy. If being a little rat fuck is seen as not cool, they're going to stop. Telling them how wrong it is to be a bad little boy is not going to get them to stop. You threatening, you know what big sisters do to little brothers? They fucking choke slam them. Now, I'm not advocating for that. I think it's bad. I'm just observing what happens in reality. So if you want your little brother to stop being annoying, you have to make it so that being annoying sucks for him. And I think that this is ultimately the future of defeating the right. Defeating the right is not just, we have to be nice to them and think about the male loneliness epidemic and blah, 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 blah. What you need to do is just start rewarding people for being that's the other thing that I think the left needs to do. The left needs to learn positive reinforcement. It also needs to be like, hey, this guy's doing what we like. This guy's cool. And that's that. You know, it's not that hard. Stop being annoying as fuck. Go after the right. If you have hostility, instead of yelling at me based on something you misheard or a clip that was out of context, go yell at Asmongold or these annoying pieces of shit. Get your aggression out toward the right. I think one of the mistakes the left makes is they're always whining about cancel culture. That includes me. Instead of, I don't want to whine about cancel culture. I want to encourage you to cancel Asmongold. I want you to go back to being annoying, because when Asmongold was worried about being canceled, he was a lot less fucking annoying than he is now. And speaking of, we're going to talk about this. Asmongold called for domestic terrorism. If this isn't a ban, I don't know what is. If this is not a ban, then nothing's a ban. And I'm going to show you this clip, and it is absolutely outrageous.
Shouldn't have the right to vote versus I don't want kids to go hungry. Fun fact about conservatives, literally throughout all of history, and I'm not just talking about America, I'm talking about all of history, being conservative has always been wrong. Forever. Progress has always been right. Now, progress sometimes gets it wrong, but at least they're trying. Conservatism has literally never been right. I hope that helps. Oh, well, I don't really pay attention to politics. Insane way to say I'm stupid. Being a centrist is quite literally just like tiptoeing that line.
I will disagree. I think in the Protestant Reformation, they were mostly wrong. I think most of the Protestant sects that ended up being existing, like the most popular ones that survived, were pretty much dog shit. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to say most of the Protestant sects turned out to be dog shit. I think the process of the Reformation causing reforms in the Catholic Church was probably a good thing overall. That was the progress. In fact, I would say most of the Protestant Reformation was kind of highly conservative in that it made people more hierarchical towards state violence. You know what I mean? Whereas the Catholic Church caused this like dual hierarchy where the state constantly had competition with another like check and balance. Then it just became like religion became worshiping the king, basically. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you would call the Reformation as progress. The Renaissance was progress. I think he's probably talking about he's talking about throughout history. I'm just bringing something up to talk. You know, I'm bringing something up for fun. I don't know if you saw a lot of the German fucking, sects that came up. There were some cool ones like the Anabaptists and shit, but they were mostly wiped out. And the ones that remained, like Calvinism, were fucking dog shit.
Is just, that's having privilege and going, it doesn't affect me personally, so I don't have to give a shit about it. Straight passing white guy here, I could close my eyes for the next 50 years and I would be fine. But I say the things I believe because I'm not a bitch. It's not a hard choice.
I know, I completely agree with this. I completely agree with this. Also, if somebody is saying they're apolitical, they're political. They're a conservative. It's not that hard, right? Because if you're not conservative, you would just say the popular thing, like Palestine should be free. Who is not saying Palestine should be free? Conservatives who don't think Palestine should be free. It's not complicated, right? It's not that complicated. And if you value some marginal amount of corporate cash you might get over saying what your opinion is, you're kind of a fucking coward. And I don't want to promote you anyway, right? So again, it's not that people are hiding their progressivism. It's because they're a right winger and they're worried that their fans are going to hold them accountable for their right wing views. And this has been true every single time I've seen somebody say, I'm apolitical. It turns out they were a Trump supporter. Every single fucking time. Also, chat, I have an idea. The centrist Democrat to Trump supporter pipeline. We've got Nicki Minaj. How many? Can we get all the centrist Democrats that have flipped to Trump supporter? And can someone pull together that list for me? Because I think that would kind of go hard. We got Jeff Van Drew. We have what is his name? The fucking former Democrat in Omaha, the rep who ended up endorsing the Republican. We have Nicki Minaj. We have Andrew Cuomo. I want people that were, especially if they were open Hillary supporters. That would be such a W. The centrist Democrat / Hillary supporter, and Nicki Minaj was a Hillary supporter. I don't know if you guys know this, but Nicki Minaj was a Hillary supporter in 2016 because Cardi B came out and she was talking about how much she loved Bernie, and she was talking about FDR and the like New Deal and like how much Social Security is good, and like Cardi was involved in the Bernie campaign in 2016 and 2020. So Nicki Minaj came out and like said no, support Hillary or whatever the fuck. Mike, Sunday stream, hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. Oh, that reminds me. Here you guys go. Here's the link. We are doing a stream later. This is why I'm live. Francesca Hong for governor is doing a live stream on Sunday. I wish she had done it a different day, but it is what it is. So I decided I'm going to do a stream of my own. Is Hassan helping with this? No. Is he on there? Is he on there? I don't see his fucking name. I'm pretty sure you would put Hassan at the top if Hassan was doing it. I mean, let's just be real. FDR is the real Make America Great Again president, because if it weren't for him, older Americans wouldn't even get Social Security. Musician Cardi B on FDR. Exactly. Oh, there was the Cardi B on Medicare for All. I think she said something on Medicare for All. It was really funny.
But when they was trying to push you to take that vaccine, Cardi, I wonder what she had to say about that when they was making commercials.
I don't understand how you guys want so much doctors, so much professionals, but you charge them to become that. You charge people to go to school. That's crazy. That doesn't motivate people to want to go to school. I don't want to pay to go to school. That don't motivate me.
Right.
So I would really hate that.
Okay, so far what I've heard free education.
Free healthcare.
Free healthcare.
Because motherfuckers get sick.
That's real.
So how the fuck you gonna work if you dying? I don't understand.
She's right. She's right. Now, I think she said some transphobic shit, so people get mad at me for pointing this out. And it's like, this is the problem. This is one of the things the left does, is they try to hunt for a reason to kill somebody. Like, they're like, I gotta find a reason why I hate this person. And it's like, I don't think that Cardi B is really transphobic. I just think she's uneducated and ignorant about the perspective of trans people. You know, she's a normie and she needs to be educated. And yes, it's embarrassing to be dumb about trans people. It is. Cardi B is really good at listening to feedback. Check this.
Clean you is, no matter how many times you take out the garbage, you're going to have, you most likely 85%, you're gonna most likely have roaches in your crib. And it's like, it's so crazy that like people have to pay so much money for fucking rent, and you still gotta worry about roaches, mice, every type of motherfucking creature in the fucking mosquitoes. And I feel so bad because I didn't realize how quickly they raised the rent prices, and I'm out here asking y'all to buy my album and shit. I am so sorry, y'all. I'm so sorry. Like, when I was looking at those rent prices, I was so fucking disgusted. They need to give people.
Kind of like how some motherfuckers are going to pretend like manufacturing consent is all garbage, that Noam is implicated in the files. Noam Chomsky has always been kind of suspect, right? Like, nobody's been confused. They're like, everybody's been kind of like, Noam is a little bit like, he said it was good that the Soviet Union fell. Anytime someone says it's good the Soviet Union fell, you can immediately disregard their take as a fucking moron. They're like, you can literally disregard them as a fucking moron. That killed millions of people. The life expectancy in Russia declined by like 20 years. How much did the life expectancy decline in Russia after the Soviet Union fell? Okay, 8 years, which means millions of people, male life expectancy plummeted to 57. You understand how many people died because of the Soviet Union falling? Do you understand how much 8 years of lost life expectancy, what that really means in reality? Saying that's good is fucking depraved. And then we ended up with Putin's Russia. Is that an upgrade over the Soviet Union? Pro tip, no. Putin's Russia is far worse than the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union supported all sorts of decolonial projects all around the world. They supported the fight against apartheid. I think that if the elites are embracing you as the most respectful left-wing critique, you're immediately sus in my eyes. I mean, listen, manufacturing consent is correct, but Noam Chomsky is sussy-wussy. All right. Let's get into it, chat. I wanna talk about the Asmongold calling for domestic terrorism thing. Oh, this is a good clip.
And destroyed the Nazi beast. Regarding the Soviet Union, here was a nation that threw back.
God damn it, the stupid background noise. Ah!
And destroyed the Nazi beast and sustained 80% of the Allied losses in the war, 22 million dead. I thought that was a debt that humanity owed the Soviet people. Here was a nation that in 3 decades made industrial advances equal to what it took capitalism a century to accomplish, while feeding and schooling its children rather than working them 14 hours a day, as the capitalists did during the Industrial Revolution, and as capitalists are still doing today in many parts of the world. Here was a nation that provided vital assistance, material, military, medical, armed assistance to liberation movements in Vietnam, Cuba, Nicaragua, South Africa, Angola, and other countries. As Nelson Mandela pointed out, I heard him on a TV show in Washington when he was visiting here in 1990. Please do not denounce the Soviet Union. They have been our great friends and given us valuable aid in the struggle against apartheid and racism. Regarding the Soviet Union,
China should be more like the Soviet Union. It'll happen. It'll happen. It is part of, we have to remember the social context, the geopolitical realities that you live in. I don't think it'll happen. What do you mean? They're already confronting the US in all sorts of places, but they're doing it in a way, in a non-interventionist way, so they don't overexpand beyond. That's what ultimately what caused the Soviet Union to collapse, is they stopped spending on domestic development and they overspent on the military to try to stand toe-to-toe with the US. So they fell behind economically, whereas in China they're over-investing economically so that when they do invest in the military, it's a small percentage of their already massive economy. And the United States is deindustrializing itself and shrinking its economy and not investing in its infrastructure or education, lowering its human capital, lowering its physical capital. And so we'll have to spend more and more of our percentage of our GDP to compete with China. China focuses on growing their actual productive economy, and the military is a secondary to that. In America, we focus on growing the military and have the economy as secondary to that. And now that China's economy is bigger than ours, we're going to go the way of the Soviet Union, where we overspend on the military and just fall further and further behind. China has just announced 20 U.S. companies and 10 individuals, including Palmer Luckey, as sanctions as retaliation for the recent $11 billion arms sales to Taiwan. Looking through the list, it seems that all of them were involved in one way or another in the arms sales, which means that the rule seems to be if you sell weapons to Taiwan, you forever cut yourself from China's supply chains and the Chinese market. If you extrapolate, it means that the U.S., if they want to continue to supply Taiwan, will need to fully decouple supply chains with wholly homegrown technology for all components. This might prove consequential and not in a good way for the U.S. They already struggle with defense production capacity. Now add the requirement to reshore supply chains, rebuild industrial facilities, and relearn lost industrial knowledge. And I'm not even mentioning massively increased costs of production. Meanwhile, China faces none of these constraints and can iterate faster with abundant, cheap components. It doesn't take a genius to see we might soon end up in a situation where the decoupling meant to preserve the U.S. weapons industry may actually make it fall behind. Every constraint compounds. Higher costs mean fewer units. Slower iteration means technological lag, etc. Ironically, the cost of selling weapons to Taiwan might be the very ability to defend it. True. And this ultimately is a big problem for the US. This is a gigantic problem for the United States. And that problem is we in order to annihilate America's domestic unions, in order to take power from American labor, we gave more power to communist labor. Now, I have my critiques of China. They're not in my final stage of public policy. I would like to see more redistribution. I would like this, China tends to believe that you shouldn't measure a country's welfare state by the list of programs they have, but rather whether or not citizens' material conditions are objectively improving or not, right? And that, ladies and gentlemen, I think there is something to that. If people are able to afford healthcare and housing and transportation and education, That to me is a functioning society. Not whether or not there exists welfare programs that give those things to people. It's whether they objectively have them or not. And I think, though, the one thing I would criticize about China is I do think they need more redistribution than they currently have. That being said, you could just look at every metric of success for public policy has green arrows in China. Poverty down, air pollution down, water quality up, housing quality up, public transit up, infrastructure investment up, carbon pollution down. It's just every arrow measuring a state, measuring the productive capacity of the economy, measuring the physical material conditions of working class people. All of it's going up. And China is very specific. There's a meme that's starting to go viral in China that I want to talk to you guys about, but we'll do it a little bit. It's basically called the kill line. Can you guys actually chat? I don't have the links ready, so I'm going to ask the chat, can you find me some good videos from the Chinese perspective about the kill line, which is a way that China understands America. There has been more discourse happening in China about America, where basically the kill line in China is is something they came up with to describe how everybody in America is one bad week away from being homeless. So I'm giving you guys a quest for a change. Instead of you guys giving me a quest, I'm giving you a quest. This is a good one. Thank you, chatter. You're doing it. Mango, thank you for the tier 3. The Order of Romeo is nigh, and you're a tier 3. Mango TCG, how you doing, brother? Okay, I have to log in with my red note. Yes, thank you. All right, Zaffy Tabby, thanks for the 5. Holidays finally over. Some room to breathe. Working for United States Postal Service. Hell yeah, brother. The holidays are over. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, the Asmongold thing. Okay, we'll talk about the kill line in a bit. Thank you, Jesus. Okay, there's other videos than this. So we've got this one, chat. Okay, what were we saying? Oh yeah, Asmongold. Okay, let's go.
Present help right here. We're looking for the best rates of healthcare here inside this building because we have so many options.
The best rates.
Who can we talk
here we
about
go.
getting the best healthcare?
I don't know.
No.
Wow.
They actually took down information to give us a rate. However, when we left, we were then met with the police.
We received a complaint that matching your description, we're in this building harassing the individuals who...
And he's trying to assume because they're Somali providers that everyone here is fraudulent.
Okay.
So we're
another Karen. Yep.
This is a area that we're allowed to enforce trespassing ordinance.
And the Somali community is a very closed community, so everybody's in on it, and they don't want to talk, as you can see.
What would you have?
This is fucking bad shit. Every community in American history set up mutual aid as part of it. Fuck, if you go to Pennsylvania right now, you will see the Polish Club, the Puerto Rican Society. You will see there is Italian American societies. There are Irish societies. He is just they're just dumb. Every single ethnic group. You know what they used to call the Scandies up there in the Northern Plains? I think they used to call them blockheads, if I'm not mistaken. Here it is. I know so much about, or were they squarehead? It was like blockhead, squarehead. A derogatory ethnic slur used primarily in English-speaking regions like the US and Canada to refer to people of Germanic and Scandinavian descent. This term is considered extremely offensive. Okay, I don't think people are getting offended because they're called squarehead. Now, back in the day, I'm sure it was very offensive, but nowadays everyone forgot because English people used to go, "Oh my God, those Scandies are here. Ew, look at those squareheads." Every single ethnic group that comes now, Asmongold is like, they're white, guys, they're fucking white, guys, because he's too dumb to know history. Yagopnik and WowMao have a new video on the history of ethnic slurs. They should have brought me. I know more than them. I know more slurs than them. Like, I'm sorry, but they should have brought me. I know the anti-white slurs. That's where you need an expert. I'm sure they have all the slurs for non-whites, but I've got all the anti-white slurs, okay? I know all the anti-white slurs because I'm fucking white. Like, I'm white. Like, I got wasp blood, okay? Like I know the anti like ethnic white slurs, okay? My grandfather is literally Scottish. You know, when my mother met my father, he was like, "Is he Catholic?" This was in 1983, okay? So like, come on, you know what I mean? Like he had to, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. He hated racial prejudice. Damn Catholics. No, I'm kidding. What I'm trying to say is we need people to bring back the various anti-ethnic white slurs. White is made up, okay? There is no such thing as white. It's actually annihilating your own history. You're not white. You're Irish. You're Scottish. You're German. You're Scandinavian. You're French. You're Spanish. You're Italian. You're Greek. You're Swiss. You're Austrian. You're Polish. You're Ukraine. There is no white. White is an amalgamation. It's some sort of bullshit made up thing. It does not exist. It's not an ethnicity. It's something that rich people made up in America in order to create a division of the working class. You ain't white. There ain't no such thing as white. Fuck you. And anybody tell you you're white is deleting and erasing your real history and your real identity and your real tradition. And that's what we have to call Asmongold out. Or he's trying to erase that. Very kind of, it's weird how he likes the melting pot.
Have the police do instead, if you were them, what would be your course of action? Genuinely curious. I would create a situation where the police would be afraid to defend these places because they would be worried about being persecuted. This would cause the police to leave and completely disband the police force. This would allow the companies and the people in the area to be effectively completely lawless and turn it into anarchy. That would make it completely chaotic, and these people would then become terrorized by the people that are in this community that they are somehow trying to enable, right? And so the goal is for that to happen and to make it as unpleasant and awful for them as possible, so that way they realize the mistake that they've made.
Now, I want you to understand something about civil war that I don't think Asmongold really understands. Communities like the Somali community in Minnesota would be one of the strongest communities in America in a civil war type situation. Unorganized, conservative, Walmart conservatives like Asmongold, who are you riding with? Who the fuck are you riding with? You don't have a group. The organized groups prevail in a civil war type situation. They would form their own self-governing areas because they would have the institutions there. The fact that they have these institutions to help people navigate healthcare for the Somali community is evidence of the Somali community's cohesion. You dumb fuck. That's part of why I think you should join DSA. You need to be part of organizations that in the event of some sort of anome, which is what he's describing, which is a loss of law. By the way, chat, loss of law. This guy claims he likes law and order. He's calling for the police and a loss of domestic tranquility where there's no longer a monopoly on violence, so random white guys can go into the Somali community and harass people and the police are too scared to enforce the law. This is literally calling for crimes. This is like, I have never seen Hassan say anything like this. Like this is Asmongold legitimately is calling for seditious terrorism. Like this should be prosecuted.
Present help right here.
What a fucking dumbass. Asmon does say in a video game, nobody that never has worked, that never will work. That has never worked. And by the way, if Asmongold is really like, if he's really a tough guy, he oh my God. It's so funny, man. He's so stupid. He's such a fucking bubbled, coddled baby. You can tell he legitimately has no street smarts whatsoever, has never been out of his house. That's crazy.
Guys, hey, remember to pay your taxes so Somalians can live the American dream. Guys, hey, remember to pay your taxes so Somalians can live the American dream. This is what I would do. I would look at every single one of the residents and also citizens that have immigrated here. And if these people are considered to be net negative taxpayers, I would deport them and denaturalize and deport them. That's what I would do. Because why do we have all of these leeches on our society whenever they're not even from here? Will Trump act on this? No, I don't think he will. That's one of the reasons why I didn't vote for him. I didn't think that he had the...
Asmongold, the reason why you didn't vote is because you have executive dysfunction and you can't do anything like voting. Like that's too much effort for you, which is why you post what you post, because you can't get up and clean your room. You can't wash your own balls. It's not that you didn't vote because of some sort of ideological, you're just too fascist for Donald Trump. It's because you have mental illness, senile squalor syndrome. You should legitimately get a psychiatrist to help you with it. But your frontal lobe is too damaged, so you can't. And that would be too much executive function. Calling a psychiatrist for help is too hard. Do you get anxiety on the telephone? Do you get anxiety on the telephone? That's why he doesn't debate Hassan. It isn't because he doesn't debate Hassan because he has too much anxiety to debate Hassan. He gets too scared. He gets a little knot in his stomach and he's so nervous. That's why he doesn't debate Hassan. It's not because of some sort of like, oh, Hassan's gonna lie to my audience or he's bad faith or whatever bullshit. You have a mental illness. You're too weak. You're too pathetic. You don't have executive function problems where you can't wash yourself. You're not voting. You didn't hold back your vote because of some sort of principle. Because guess what, chat? You could have shown up and voted for the Constitution candidate or wrote Adolf Hitler in or whatever the fuck you would be voting for. You didn't vote because you have executive function problems. I'd be surprised if he's registered, to be honest with you. Like, you know, it is what it is. It's very funny. All right. So anyway, Asmongold is a fucking terrorist, like a legitimate terrorist. He's calling for... He wants law and order to collapse in Minnesota, which I think that was the justification for fascism is because people protested the murder of George Floyd. He said that we should have fascism because people protested George Floyd and Israel's genocide, right? George Floyd's murder. And that's why we need fascism. But now he's calling for a collapse of law and order so that white people could harass nonprofits who help people get health care. Well, can I also address the one argument he made? He made an argument finally,
guys,
Chad.
Hey, remember to pay your taxes so Somalians can live the American dream. This is what I would do. I would look at every single one of the residents and also citizens that have immigrated here. And if these people are considered to be net negative taxpayers, I would deport them. And
what does that mean? But first of all of us, the average American is a net negative taxpayer. The average American is a net negative taxpayer. Why? Because we have a progressive tax system and we have redistributive programs because that raises the standard of living of the average American. Why? Because under capitalism, all the money from the economic growth goes to the top because of the way the corporations are designed. And because we don't have unions, people cannot negotiate. They don't have enough bargaining power to get what their work is actually worth. So the share of money that's going to capital owners is increasing. The share of people that actually do work is going down. So we have a redistributive system on average. Why is this good? Because it raises the productivity of the economy as a whole. And this is what dumb fucks like Asmongold don't understand. We redistribute because the way the economic system is set up means that more wealth is going in the hands of the very rich than workers. Now, I would like what's called pre-distribution. See, Asmongold is too dumb. He doesn't know how the economy works, but I'm going to explain it to him. I prefer pre-distribution. What's that mean? It means that workers have more power in the economy, so they have higher wages. So instead of the government like giving you a minimum basic income, which is a check in your bank account, the government gives you labor rights. So you have a union and the union negotiates against your boss and you get higher wages up front, right? So instead of you getting $7.25 an hour at GameStop, you would have the GameStop employee union and you get $25 an hour. So on our system, you get $7.25 an hour. And because you have a full-time job, then you qualify for Medicaid. You qualify for food stamps. You qualify for Section 8. And there's all these like programs that come in to like, give you money because you're a worker that has low income. I would prefer you to have higher income because you gain a larger share of the profits that come from working in the store. That's what they do in Scandinavia. And because people get paid more people want to work. Do you understand? So the government provides better services and it does pre-distribution. How do they do that? That's why the Scandinavian countries have higher percentage of the population working, because it's worth it for more people to work. So more people work. It's called the labor force participation rate in Scandinavia is higher than it is in the US. For example, if you look at like the US, 62% of the population are in the labor force. But if you look at Sweden, it's 64.6. You can see a higher in Iceland, 76.6. So the United States of America has a lower labor force participation rate, even though they have more welfare in Scandinavian countries. And this is what people like Asmongold don't understand. And by the way, he doesn't give a shit. He's just a racist who wants the world to kill itself because he doesn't have the executive function to do what he wants to do. So when you don't, I think we all understand what I'm saying, right? Like when you have a problem like Asmongold where you're really depressed, but you're such a weak, pathetic loser, executive dysfunction where you can't actively do anything. You can't do what you want to do. So you want to tear down the world. So I guess there's civil war. I really don't understand what it is. He doesn't even really have an end goal in mind. Our brain rot is our biggest export. I'm sorry, but China's soft power has exponentially grown since I started streaming. I remember when I started streaming, being a person who debunked the Uyghur genocide propaganda, a person who advocated in favor of China's high-speed rail, as a person who talked about the programs in favor of green technology and what they were going to do. I was alone, literally alone. Now there are white people that have learned Mandarin. White people are learning Mandarin and other Chinese dialects at an exponential rate. Chinatowns are the best part of every city they're in. They're not the best. I mean, like, Chinatowns are pretty great, not gonna lie. He's made conservative brain rot his whole personality because he gets clicks and likes. You mean the bots? The bots give him clicks and likes? Let's be honest.
Here is Candace Owens taking it one step further, saying no matter how hard the GOP tries to make radical Islam happen, the base doesn't care about it. We are way more concerned about Israel. You can deny reality and scream about Tucker, but the party can no longer be governed by those who refuse to acknowledge the Zionist elephant in the room. I'm just trying to spare you guys the inevitable $1 billion ISIS is coming digital campaign, wherein a bunch of online influencers suddenly pretend they are deeply concerned about the threat of radical Islam. Our concerns about the Middle East begin with the Israeli occupation of DC. Hope this helps. Candace Owens is running around with copies of the Talmudic Jew. She has the biggest audience out of any political commentator in the country. She's getting like 160,000 live concurrent viewers tuning in every damn day when she's talking about politics, when she's talking about whatever conspiracy theories she wants to talk about. And sometimes she's bringing up good points as well. This right here is maybe not the best point because I don't think Americans care about, I think Americans do care about radical Islam because they've been propagandized.
I will say this. There's not that many prominent, like, it's hard to say that Islam is controlling American society because Muslim people are so marginalized and so discriminated against in America that when, like, they don't work that well as a scapegoat. I think this is the problem that Zionists are not understanding, is that as America continues to get worse, as America continues to flounder, as America continues to see the quality of life decline, as people can no longer afford to own a home, using Muslims as a scapegoat is not going to work because Muslims don't have any social power. The reason why anti-Semitism worked in Germany is because there were a lot of prominent assimilated Jews that had a lot of power, and there was a visibly Jewish presence in society. They made sense as a scapegoat because you could demonstrate that there was some Jewish power. In order for fascism to work, the enemy must be both weak and strong. And it's not plausible to say that Muslims are strong in America. They aren't. They are a marginalized identity. And so anti-Semitism was always going to be the result of Zionism, because Zionism is about reintroducing this blood and soil nationalist idea, but saying it's good because it's the Jews. That's why you need to pay. You better not discriminate by nation or religion. But me, I am here to tell you that the Jewish, faith is superior and has claim to the Holy Land, and you better not criticize Jews. Like, that's going to be wrap around and create anti-Semitism. And the left's nuanced argument about how actually Judaism is not the same as Zionism, and the nuanced kind of like teeth pulling we do to try to separate Jewishness from Zionism. First of all, The biggest Jewish organizations in America are Zionist. So we look like we are like, that's what happened. Like, we look like we're covering shit up. If 75% of Jewish organizations have an explicitly pro-genocide position, and I say, no, it's not Judaism, it's Zionism, even though that's correct, conservatives could say, oh, they're covering it up. Actually, it is Judaism. And Zionists say, it is Judaism. Like, that's the thing, is these Jewish organizations say, no, Zionism is Judaism. So you play right into the hands of the anti-Semite. So we are sitting in, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is the problem that we face. We face a serious problem where there isn't enough Jewish organizations to help the left's argument separating Zionism and Judaism. And the Zionist conservative Jews in America say, no, if you criticize Israel, you're criticizing all Judaism. And then people see the slaughter of children on their phones, and that creates this environment. So once again, liberal Zionism has helped create a situation to foment anti-Semitism worldwide.
And the correct point here that she is making, which Tucker also makes a lot, is that the reason as to why America cares so much about quote-unquote radical Islam is because it actually suits Israel's purpose. And we know that that is the case. We know that that is the case with the likes of Tommy Robinson, for example, who is a Mossad agent in the UK, the #1 Islamophobe, total fascist. Also, his position is to simply shift the attention and priorities back to Muslims over and over and over again. Same thing in the United States of America. We know for a fact from the Israeli government's own focus group message test that they realize that the Western world no longer Israel. So what they actually have figured out is a much better way to communicate the issue is talking about radical Islam, the threat of jihadism, the threat of Islamic jihadism, fomenting Islamophobia. There is truth to this commentary. There is truth to this statement from Candace Owens once again, but it should not be left to Candace Owens to be saying these things. What Candace is doing here is correct. I mean, she's popping off. She is taking advantage of the void in the media, the void in discourse. The reality of the matter is I can't make this point because I am Muslim, okay? Because my name is Hassan. There are going to be a lot of right-wingers who won't listen to me, okay? That's just the case. But a lot of right-wingers love hearing Candace Owens say this. A lot of liberals love hearing Candace Owens say this. And Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens are the people who are actually presenting this position. And this position is correct. Now, at least Tucker Carlson doesn't actually lean fully into the most insane anti-Semitic conspiracies, even though if you were to ask me, I do believe he is anti-Semitic. I mean, he's hired every an anti-Semite in the book. He's just too smart to never actually say, he's too smart to...
Oh, yeah. Tucker Carlson is 100% anti-Semitic. He's 100% anti-Semitic. And the other argument that I would make is anti-Semitism is ironically a way of unifying a diverse conservative movement. Because as I said before, like, what does Christian mean? What the fuck is Christian? It is a meaningless term, like white. It doesn't mean anything. And so in order for there to be some sort of unifying ideological grouping among American conservatives, calling yourself Christian is not enough. You have got to have some anti. And Judaism is that anti. Because what unifies Jews is the rejection of Christ as the Messiah. What unifies Christians? Their acceptance of Jesus as the Messiah. Anti-Semitism is a unifying force among diverse Christians. And that's the ironic part, because a Catholic has no theological unity with a Mormon. But they could both be anti-Semitic and organize around that. Ironically, anti-Semitism is necessary because America is a mongrel nation for the conservative right. Okay, I'm not saying it's necessary for America. I'm just saying for the conservative right in 2025, they need something like anti-Semitism in order to evade intellectual responsibility for their own failures to improve the quality of life of Americans, which they cannot do. We've lived in 45 years of neoliberal conservative, market obsession. They've won everything, and everything's getting worse.
Never actually fully say it's the Jews. He'll just lead you down the water.
Might try to ruin my streak throwing in a Sunday stream. You should be in the Discord and get the alerts. And you should have the alerts turned on for me.
is, for example, what she's doing, and the reason why I find it distasteful, the reason why I actually criticize it quite a bit, is because
I think they should call this guy, okay, hold on, Stockholm's Syndrome. I love your avatar, by the way. I think they should call this guy Mad Mike for PA because he's a crank radio jock. I wish you would like make a single fucking... I have been nothing but making arguments, and you're too dim to fucking make a point. Can you make a fucking point? You're just boring.
she's basically doing the Randy Fine thing, right? The reversal of the Randy Fine thing. Now, obviously, the Randy Fine thing is much more impactful. He's a congressperson. And also, there is systematic disenfranchisement and direct systematic racism that Muslims are subjected to that Jews are not. So in that regard, it's almost like a role reversal, but it's not as impactful as like Randy Fine when he does Islamophobia. Just like when someone is doing anti-black racism, it's obviously going to be different than when someone is being anti-Semitic. There is no systematic disenfranchisement that you're presenting as a real threat, at least for now, against Jews living in the United States of America in contemporary society. But when she does the anti-Semitism, when she does the anti-Semitic takes as a way to combat the narratives, right, in her mind, she's basically doing the same that Randy Fine is doing. Same with Nick Fuentes, right? When Nick Fuentes turns around and says like, oh, I can't speak about the Jews in the way that Randy Fine, who is Jewish, speaks about Muslims. How dare you?
Randy Fine says it's funny that children are starving in Gaza. He's smug about it. He thinks he's in any position to judge anybody, make moral judgments. You are repugnant. Randy Fine, you are repugnant, you are disgusting, you will burn in hell. And everyone agrees with me on this. Don't make them choose between me and you.
That is consistent for some people. The problem here is that everybody is being insincere, okay? Everyone is being insincere when they act as though we can't see what the is going on. They act like you can just put the toothpaste back in the tube. They act like the Republicans, for example, can act like they can run on hating on every minority, but then also doing DEI just for Jews, okay? That's not going to happen. That's the establishment Republicans trying to do that. They're always going to lose to the Nick Fuentes of the world, okay? Because Nick Fuentes has a more honest, more maximalist position on hating on everybody, and it's more logically consistent. Only the white folks don't get any sort of serious hate. We defend the white people, and everyone that we cut out of the equation as non-whites.
Mike is doing this for money. He just doesn't admit it to himself or others. How could people come in here and say, are you going to counter that argument by me calling me boring now? What point? There is no point. Also, Mike's not making points. Mike's doing this for money. What? Guys, I want you to know the man infamous for shilling. Every other streamer, when I first started streaming, would be like, wow, Mike, I can't believe that you asked people to subscribe to your channel. Like, that's crazy. I'd be like, isn't this your job? Well, yes, but I get anxiety asking people to support the thing they're watching. It's like, listen to NPR for 5 minutes. If NPR can shill for money, I'm going to shill for money. This guy thinks that I don't say that you need money in order to survive. When you say Judaism is defined as a rejection of Jesus as the Messiah, you mean from the Christian perspective, right? Yes. Because I don't think from the Jewish perspective that makes sense. Well, I will say this. What unites all sects of Judaism? From your Reconstructionist all the way to your most devout, extreme conservative Kahanist. They all reject that Jesus is the promised Messiah, right? Like that's kind of what unites the idea of being Jewish is reject because they live in a Christian society. So what separates them from Christians is they say Jesus is not the Messiah, right? Like that's the most relevant, theological disagreement between Jewish and Christian. Imagine if Twitch paid Mike a livable wage. Twitch doesn't pay me anything. You guys pay me a living wage. Twitch doesn't pay me shit. They just absorb 30% of my money. With the current rise of the Christian anti-Israel, anti-Semitic right, I can especially never forgive the fucking establishment Democrats for pretty much purposely losing another election. He's a fungus, Mike. He's a fungus. There's no Ethan Klein fans. There are no Ethan Klein. He's not an Ethan Klein fan, guys. He's not an Ethan. There are none. There are no Ethan Klein fans. The only Ethan Klein fans that are left are people who subscribed like 12 years ago and they turn on the app while they're like vacuuming. So they can't really hear what Ethan Klein is saying, but it's kind of on the background of their like smart TV. Okay, like there aren't Ethan Klein fans. How do I know? I will shit talk Asmongold and I'll get a couple Asmongold fans to come in here. I'll shit talk fucking Nick Fuentes, and I'll get Nick Fuentes fans. I'll shit talk CoffeeZilla, and half my chat will go. I actually don't shit talk CoffeeZilla, but you get what I slightly critiqued CoffeeZilla one time, and people will object. You make fun of fucking Ethan Klein. There ain't nobody here that isn't sent here by Asmongold or Destiny. You know what I mean? This has 120,000 likes. Zionists are all ugly as fuck. A prime example. Why does his neck look like that? Why the fuck does his neck look like that? Why does he have four chins? He looks like a character from the Star Wars prequels. You know the really anti-Semitic trope, Trade Federation? Oh no, I didn't even realize that's what. Oh no, actually they're not anti-Semitic. They're like anti-Chinese. It's like a weird fucking trope. I was always kind of thrown off by the Trade Federation. It kind of weirds me out. They're a little bit. They have like a weird accent. The thing that's really wild about Ethan Klein is he's a multi-millionaire and he has been for a decade, and he looks like that. If you gave me 20 times the wealth I have now, I would hire a personal trainer. Like, how is this possible? It's crazy to be this ugly and that rich. Palmer Luckey is the same way. How the fuck are you this ugly and out of shape while you're this rich? It's crazy. No pussy gonna sue you. I'm allowed to call someone ugly. That's called an opinion. I'm allowed to have my opinion that he's ugly. I mean, like, don't link me that again, Oliver. Don't link that to me again. I swear to fucking God.
Receiving end of fascism, right? And Jews are part of that marginalized identity. And as a matter of fact, for Nick Fuentes and many others, they also literally say Jews are responsible. Organized Jewry is responsible for this kind of wokeness.
I would say, though, that the main challenge to that, a big challenge to that, is organized Jewry in America. I don't think Bill Ackman is capable of that. I don't think Sheldon Adelson is capable of that. I don't think Yoram Hazony is capable of that, for that matter.
The Frankfurt School style narratives that Nazis also leaned into, that Jews created wokeness. They invented wokeness to destabilize and destroy the West and try to combat white supremacy, which is supreme, which is the established fact. Like, that's their attitude, right? And yeah, and they did mass migration. They did the Great Replacement, all this stuff. The problem is those are also incredibly damaging ideas. They're not just like silly conspiracy theories. These are conspiracy theories that have turned into very real positions and movement builders in the past that have become really dangerous, really dominant, really deadly. So in an effort to fight back against it,
it's a fleck. It's to look hideous and rich is literally saying, what are you going to do about it? It's why British politicians have disgusting teeth despite the wealth to fix it. I don't think Ethan Klein is ugly because of a flex. I think Ethan Klein is just morally and he doesn't have the willpower. Again, it's an executive function thing, right? Like Gila can't work out for him. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing that's crazy about it. It's like Gila Klein works out as far as I know, right? And she hates Ethan Klein so much that she doesn't even say, hey, Ethan, let's work out. She's too busy with the, she's like, sorry, Ethan, I need to be alone with my personal trainer. And I also picked up a tennis coach and a golf pro, and a swimming coach, and I need to spend time alone with all of my physical trainer, a yoga instructor, and a pool boy. Also, I have contracted out a milkman. I'm nostalgic for having the milk delivered. All right, let's keep going.
You have to present a logical statement. You have to say, look, man, Jews are not responsible for all.
It means she finds him sexually unattractive and disgusting and hates his guts and doesn't want to spend any time with him. That's what that means.
Issues that you're experiencing, and that there is no like organized Jewry that is dominating your life. But in that regard, when I say stuff like that, there's two problems. One, I'm Muslim, so people don't really give a about what I have to say about Islamophobia in general. They go, shut the fuck up. You're a dirty sand guy, and you're just defending, you're an Islamist fundamentalist. I've heard every insane statement in the books, right? I mean, they say that to Ilhan Omar too. Ilhan Omar is, I didn't want to say the actual thing that they say with the sand, or whatever. With Ilhan Omar is like pro-trans, right? But they'll say like she's a fundamentally, she's barbaric, she's backwards, right? Which is crazy. It's like she's woker than 99.9% of congresspersons, but because she wears a hijab and she's Somali and she's black and she's Muslim, they literally will get away with claiming that she's actually backwards and barbaric. But in any case, that's the one issue that I run into, given my background. People don't listen to me on this issue. That's why so many people who agree with me on the policies now will still run around and call me a terrorist over and over again, and their audiences don't think twice about this. The other problem is, and this is something that I tried to broach with Van Lathan as well. I'm sorry, okay? It brings me no pleasure to say this. The reality of the matter is a lot of Jewish advocacy groups unironically wear that on their chest. So what do you expect people to think? If you have a million different Jewish organizations that are like, you know, Jewish National Fund, Jewish this, Jewish that, running around being like, Israel is the most consequential thing. Shut the fuck up. You better not talk about Israel. Oh my God, this Jewish director, Jonathan Glazer, actually criticized Israel. He's an anti-Semite. We must actually never give him a job again. Oh my God, a bunch of people in Hollywood, including many Jews in Hollywood, that are demanding to boycott Israel. How about those guys never get a job ever again? What do you think is going to happen when people see that? You can't wear the on your chest non-stop and then assume that a bunch of goyim, right? A bunch of cornbread white.
I love Atriarch's section last stream. It's been a PMO for so long. Honestly, I need to start launching an anti-Atriarch crusade. The problem is he's like most liberals, is that like most online liberals just ride the algorithm. Like most of them are just kind of generally grifting. Like they won't stand up and say, "Oh, I hate Zoran Mamdani." Zoran Mamdani does not agree with Atriarch. All right, like, but he'll say he supports Zoran Mamdani because Zoran Mamdani is popular. He's just kind of, I mean, it's good to see that people are grifting, I guess, on the left. I guess that's a sign that we're winning, is that when people start grifting off of us. That being said, like, I've watched a lot of Atriarch videos, and other than the giggling he does, I don't really know of a point he makes. I mean, he said he disagreed with Karl Marx, and then he admitted he hadn't even read the Communist Manifesto. And then I pulled up a quote from the Communist Manifesto that hits like a fucking truck 200 years later. So it's like, what do you disagree with in the Communist Manifesto, my friend?
White boys are not going to hear that, see that, and tie that back to what they've heard already about how there are so many Jews in positions of power within finance, within the government, within Hollywood, and then they tie all of that back together and they go, okay, maybe Jews do control the media, and maybe America is actually Zog. And then we have to sit there and talk about how damaging it is to run along with these sort of narratives. That only causes people to double down, okay? That only causes people to double down. They go, oh, here we go again. There's people dying. You can't even say people shouldn't die. And what is actually an issue of much more significance in Western media, feelings of a bunch of pro-Israel students in Columbia campus, where they're acting like there's pogroms taking place. Meanwhile, there's actual Holocaust taking place, and we can see it with our own two eyes. And everybody wants me to give a shit about some of the wealthiest students of all time who are running around with Israel flags and trying to defend the genocide publicly and getting pushback in many circumstances from Jewish anti-Zionists themselves.
Atriarch says Deng is the GOAT, but G is trying his best to hold China's potential back. Evidence, of course, none. China's potential is when it turns into India. What is Atriarch's understanding of why China works but India doesn't? I mean, they both basically got independence in 1949. And China is now 5 times more developed than India. So what's the account of that? 5x sounds like a low ball. I mean, it's probably more like 10, but I'm trying to keep it within the realm of there is a new discussion that's happening in the economic literature about how China's economy is probably a lot bigger than we all say it is. That we're underestimating the size of China's economy pretty significantly. And that by purchasing power parity, they're probably 80% bigger than the US already, as opposed to 25% bigger, which is what the World Bank says. And a lot of what makes up the US GDP is really kind of what we call, what Marxists call fictitious capital. So we're talking about claims on future production and finance and things like that. So does owning a future contract, 100 barrels of oil to be produced in the future, is that worth the same as 100 barrels of oil? And the answer is, it depends on how secure are you that future contract will actually get fulfilled. China doesn't have a lot of that kind of future contract wealth. America has a lot of those future. So in a actual war, you cannot deploy futures contracts. You need oil. And I know this is like, it's a little bit subtle, but basically the US is a paper tiger. and China's probably underestimated. It's a sleeping giant, and the U.S. is a paper tiger. And I think Americans, like, you can see it. Like, when you go out and you're on the highway, are you like, wow, look at how good this infrastructure looks. Wow, traffic is really flowing today. Is that how you feel? Or are you constantly pissed off about how everything is dog shit?
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. What the do you think is going to happen? So yeah, the reality of the matter is it's almost impossible to push back against this stuff, because on the one hand, what I'm saying is entirely different than what Candace Owens is saying. However, what Candace Owens is saying and what Nick Fuentes is saying is identical to what Jake Tapper is saying. All Jews care about is Israel.
At the convention, there was a whole night about hostages being held in Gaza, a Harvard student talking about anti-Semitism at Harvard. It was one of the most Jewish nights at any convention, and I went to the one with Lieberman.
That's what they are united on. So if 90% of the media is consistently dialing in this narrative over and over again that Jews care about Israel, Jews care about Israel, all Jews care about is Israel. If you speak out against Israel, then you hate Jews. Every Jew is a Zionist. Every Jew you've ever encountered is a Zionist, over and over and over and over again, both wokely and also from the anti-woke perspective. It's going to be an abject failure. Anyway, yeah, here's also Tucker Carlson putting up LeBron numbers on this.
TPUSA did a poll during AmFest, or I guess it was after AmFest, and they asked the audience, what they considered to be the greatest threat to America. And they did put radical Islam at number one.
The issue is that Western Jews broadly disagree with Gentiles about what anti-Semitism is. The majority of Gentiles think it is fine to oppose Israel as an ethno-state and call Israel a Nazi country, versus most Western Jews who think that unfairly targets Jews. The result is that Gentiles just think anti-Semitism is fake, and then that destigmatizes anti-Semitism. You get Fuentes being endorsed on Joe Rogan. I think you should discuss Western Jews monolithically like that. I think that's anti-Semitic. And I would say the same thing about black people. If you said the blacks believe blah 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 blah, I would say that is a racist way of discussing things. I don't agree with that. I would say the majority of Western Jews are Zionists. Zionists say, and then you can go on from there. Zionists say anti-Semitism is when you criticize Israel. Even if the majority of white people in the South supported Jim Crow, does that mean that we should kill all white people? No, at least I hope not. It means we have to make their position untenable. I don't care if the majority of Jewish people are Zionists. I don't give a shit. That doesn't affect my criticism of Zionism whatsoever. Just like the majority of white people being pro Jim Crow didn't change my opinion about Jim Crow. So who gives a shit? I don't give a fuck. You have a supremacist opinion and you're in the group that is benefiting from that supremacy. I don't give a shit that you support supremacy. I don't give a shit that the majority of white South Africans supported apartheid. I don't give a fuck. It's not anti-South African bigotry or anti-Afrikaners bigotry to be against apartheid. Just like it's not anti-Semitic to be against Zionism. Even if the majority of Jewish people are Zionist. It doesn't matter. I don't care if every single Jewish person in the world was Zionist. It's still not anti-Semitic to oppose Zionism. Chat, can you see this message? Yes, they can.
I'm wondering where you think those sentiments are coming from. I mean, I've heard you say before that this is an op and that we all know which foreign government it's actually coming from. Which government is it? And can you explain how that operation works? How is it, kind of lured into those?
It comes from the Israeli government and its many defenders and informal employees in the United States, of course. And
informal employees. We have a word for that, chat. It's called agent. It's called spy. Like if you're an informal employee of a foreign government and you're working on behalf of that foreign government in a different country, you are an agent of that government. You are a spy for that government. You are an asset of that government. And exactly how much and by the way, that's a crime. Just so you know, the Foreign Agent Registration Act makes that a crime. Unless you are openly registered as a foreign agent, if you're taking money from a foreign country on behalf of that foreign country in the United States, you have to register it. If you don't, you're a fucking criminal.
And I guess I would just say
technically agents and assets are different things. Yes, I know. That's what I was
Actually, I mean, I don't know how people respond to the poll. I don't know.
That's why I used all the
Tucker
different
Carlson,
words.
if he runs, will win 100% of the Arab vote, will win 100% of the vote from any number of different diasporas that come from like the region, the third world in general. It's crazy.
But, you know, I
don't think he would win 100% of the Arab vote, Hassan. No, he would not. It would depend on what the Democrat or the opposition was. I do think Tucker Carlson is going to be a presidential nominee for the Republicans at some point. And whether he gets 60% or 35% will depend on what the next Democrat does. If the next Democrat comes in and does a Green New Deal and hires 10 million people to work for the government and builds massive infrastructure and raises the quality of living and gives everyone Medicare for all and comes up with an immigration system that is sane and orderly, you know, then he'll be at 35%. But if they come in and they get stymied by the filibuster or whatever the fuck, he's going to get 60%.
Measuring reality a little more empirically. And, you know, I don't know anyone in the United States in the last 24 years who's been killed by radical Islam. You know, I know a lot of people who have killed themselves, a lot. People have died of drug ODs, more than a few. I know people can't get jobs. None of the boys in my daughter's classes can get jobs. None of those white boys can get jobs. They're being destroyed, you know, by Adderall and video games and porn. Like, I see millions of Americans being destroyed, and none of it.
By the way, they're not being destroyed by Adderall, video games, or porn. Those are the tranquilizers. Those are the time fillers. Those are the dopamine releasers. They are the bread and the circuses. They are not the fucking cause. Again, like usual, a conservative flips cause and effect.
At the hands of radical Islam. Is radical Islam bigger danger than OnlyFans? It's not even close.
Oh, the poor victims that buy OnlyFans. They're buying OnlyFans subscriptions. Ah! It's so funny because back in the day, people used to visit prostitutes more. There was actually more sex trafficking. It was a lot more normalized. Ironically, OnlyFans is a substitute for prostitution. That's the thing that's actually funny, is that OnlyFans actually reduces the exploitation of sex workers. And, you know, again, talking about this from a public policy perspective, people are not used to it. You're going to be weirded out that I could talk like this, and you're going to be like, wow, I can't believe Mike is saying this. This is what it is. OnlyFans and porn are substitutes for sex work, in-person sex work. And those workers were far more exploited and abused. Now, it doesn't mean that the porn industry in America is not exploitative. It doesn't mean there's not problems with it. There's a shit ton of problems with it. But he's whining about something that if it wasn't porn, these guys would be going and trying to procure sex from prostitutes.
You want to know something crazy? To the uninitiated, you read this as a guy who's being socially conservative. To the real ball knowers, this is exactly how Tucker Carlson bakes in the same exact commentary that Nick Fuentes would without ever naming the Jew. Now, there is no issue with saying like, oh, people's brains are being poisoned.
Well, that's what a dog whistle is. Tucker Carlson is doing a dog whistle. So when he says OnlyFans, what is he referring to? Most of the online porn that you consume is owned by Jewish men. And this fact is, like, I'm pretty sure that OnlyFans' owner is a big Zionist. I'm pretty sure that the Pornhub guys are Zionists too. And that's like almost all the big porn names online. I'm not sure about the Pornhub guys. Actually, you know what? Let me withdraw that until somebody like backs me up. But I'm pretty sure the OnlyFans, I'm like certain the OnlyFans one is. Like, I'm pretty sure the OnlyFans creator gave like millions of dollars to Israel. And like, obviously, no one likes when people are giving money to Israel. Tucker Carlson says this, and he's dog whistling to anti-Semitism, right? He's dog whistling to porn is set up by the Jews in order to sap the, you know, spirit of Christian men.
By drugs. It's a very basic conservative position that pornography is bad.
Oh, here we go. Thank you, Sue219, for backing me up so I don't look like a weird anti-Semite conspiracy theorist. OnlyFans owner pledged $11 million to Israel lobby report. OnlyFans owner Leonid Radvininsky denies pledging millions to the pro-Israel lobby despite appearing on internal AIPAC documents obtained by the Lever. OnlyFans billionaire owner Leonid Radvinsky and his wife reportedly pledged $11 million to the powerhouse pro-Israel lobby American Israel Public Affairs Committee last year, according to an internal donor list obtained by the Lever. So,
and it's actually warping the consciousness of the average American child. And I think, unfortunately, it's a very popular position, especially even amongst the youth now. But there's a reason why he's bringing up OnlyFans, because the reason why he's bringing up
Pornhub owners have been much better at hiding their identity, which is one of the things that's very weird, is like how well the Pornhub owners kind of obscured who they were when they started it. And then they became like a super monopoly of online porn. And so people there is like a kind of like, where did they get this money? Where did they get all this like support? Why were they so smart and so sophisticated in hiding their identity? It's like one of those weird, questionable.
OnlyFans is not because of OnlyFans' popularity. The reason why he brings up OnlyFans is to say it's not radical Islam that's harming Americans. It's actually the pornographers like OnlyFans. OnlyFans, famously owned by a Jewish guy who donates quite heavily to the IDF. Do you understand? So Tucker, when called in the question, or donates to AIPAC, sorry, maybe not the IDF. When called in the question, can just be like, oh, you're being ridiculous. Of course, I'm not mentioning that. I've always had a long career of criticizing pornography. But what he's actually doing in this moment is not being critical of pornography. What he's doing in this moment is saying, like, Americans haven't been harmed by Muslims in quite a while. They've been harmed by Jews. Jews are doing pornography. Jews are warping the consciousness. It is expert level anti-Semitism.
Is at the hands of radical Islam. Is radical Islam bigger danger than OnlyFans? It's not even close. Turning some huge percentage of American women into prostitutes. That's not radical Islam doing that, actually. So anyone who believes that lie, I feel sorry for, but it doesn't reflect the lived reality of anyone I've ever met in the United States. And I observe this for a living. It doesn't mean I'm right, but it means I'm not a casual observer. I'm a close observer because that's my job. And I just think that that's insane. And it would be yet another triumph of propaganda and theory over reality. So you tell people, I mean, this is the whole game. This is how, the United States has somehow tied itself to the anchor of Gaza. Like, why are we responsible?
Dude, for the record, the reality of the matter is, I don't care for his assessment regardless. I'm just simply I'm putting you on game. He's not just taking an anti-porn route here, which is classic social conservatism. He's also kind of tying it back to Jews without ever saying it. He's saying radical Islam didn't convert you to become a pornographer in the way that OnlyFans did. But it's basically like a higher level dog whistle that if you're tuned into Tucker, you know. And as someone who has watched a ton of Tucker Carlson, I know exactly what he's doing here. He will just never say Jews. He will never imply Jews. He will never come near the implication of saying Jews. It's just for the real ball knowers out there. I don't even agree with the assessment outside of, even if he wasn't being anti-Semitic, I still wouldn't agree with the assessment because like he just relegating it back to social conservatism. You can just keep it at what kind of danger does radical Islam present in the United States of America? You have to be a real dumbass to believe that. And the only reason why many people do believe that is because Israel keeps farming it over and over again. Well, I mean, as a student of empire, he's not wrong about Israel being a liability. God, I hate when snakes use correct information to push white supremacy. That's why he's dangerous and no ally ever. I don't even agree with that. I think Israel is a ally still from the position of empire. Like a lot of people think like, oh, they take this attitude where it's like, well, the Iraq war was really bad.
How an ordained rabbi ended up owning the world's most famous porn company. February 2023, Canadian defense lawyer Solomon Friedman was wrapping up a high-profile terrorism trial. Adso Pishdari had been accused of recruiting and funding 2 young Canadian men to join ISIS in Syria. One later appeared in a propaganda video encouraging terrorist attacks in Canada. Both were presumed dead. Friedman had thrown everything at the case, including forcing Canada's Secret Service to hand over its records on a key witness, a highly paid confidential informant. Nevertheless, after his case went on for 8 years, Peshdari, then 33, pleaded guilty. So this guy defended an ISIS recruiter and then became an owner of Pornhub. After this long and public fight, many people might put their feet up for a bit, but less than a month after the trial wrap, Friedman and a group of investors announced they were buying the world's most notorious porn company. Ethical Capital Partners, as the private equity firm is somewhat hilariously named, bought MindGeek, the owner of Pornhub, with the stated aim of cleaning up the online adult entertainment business. They were approaching this task with the same doggedness that Friedman brought to his defense of the terrorists. All the known partners of ECP are intriguing, including retired Chief Superintendent of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Force, Derek Ogden, former lobbyist and Liberal Party spokesperson Sarah Bain, and a couple of cannabis entrepreneurs. So in other words, this is a intelligence cutout. So basically, Pornhub is owned by Five Eyes. To that end, Friedman and Bain have been asking for and say they've been getting meetings with politicians, law enforcement officials, and executives from online safety advocacy organizations. Previous owners of porn companies could do that, said Friedman. This did not seem the life Friedman was destined for. One of 10 children, he was raised in a pretty open-minded Orthodox Jewish family in Ottawa. His father worked in telecommunications, and Friedman has said that there were more computers in his house than children. We were a sharp-witted bunch, he said of his siblings. The knives came out in a friendly kind of way, but you've got to be able to take it and dish it out. He met his ex-wife Miriam, with whom he has 3 children, in high school, married her when she was 19, and moved to Israel to pursue rabbinical studies. Even before his ordination in Jerusalem, however, he knew he wasn't going to be a rabbi. I didn't want to be ministering to people. If I wasn't buying what I was selling, no one would buy it either. He decided instead to go to law school, that served as a law clerk at the Supreme Court of Canada for Justice Morris Fish, a former defense lawyer, and fell in love with criminal law. Morris Fish. Interesting. That's a weird result from the search. I'm going to have to look into this more. A former defense lawyer and fell in love with criminal law. His client roster has been colorful. He tried to get a convicted sex offender off a sex offender registry and appealed rulings against a 22-year-old who was convicted of having sex with a 13-year-old and a drunk driver who injured 3 people. One local outlet called him Ottawa's 5th best DUI attorney. I don't know about you, chat, but if I have billions of dollars, I'm giving it to Ottawa's 5th best DUI attorney to buy the world's porn companies. His website boasts of getting the counseling records of an alleged sexual assault victim to show discrepancy between what she told police and what she told a counselor, and getting his client acquitted. Yeah, that sounds like the ethical and moral standing of a Zionist. Friedman has testified regularly at Canadian parliamentary hearings over new legislation, weighing in on such issues as cannabis legalization and gun rights. He's a favorite of the National Firearms Association and co-authored a book on Canadian gun legislation. He's also become well-versed in manners of pornography. A 2018 criminal law conference, he delivered a training lecture on sentencing guidelines for people convicted of possessing child pornography, and concluded with advice on how lawyers could improve their clients' chances of getting a lighter sentence. Contact a tenacious child pornography defense lawyer today, urges the website for his law firm Friedman Mansour, which also does business under the name Affordable Defense and lists driving offenses, drug charges, robbery, and white-collar crimes among its practice areas. Sometimes a simple administrative systemic error, such as lost or destroyed evidence, can be enough to secure your release, but it may require the experience of a seasoned criminal lawyer to get at that stage, the site notes. They're like, are you guilty? We'll find a loophole for you. Being a criminal defense lawyer was never a job for me, Friedman said. He loves defending child pornographers, rapists, and ISIS terrorists. I believe very, very much in the work I was doing. I believe very much in the work I'm doing now. I reached a point where I wasn't learning or being challenged at the rate that I really want to be. Hence, the allure of running a big local porn company and all the legal difficulties that come with it. The ability to tackle problems on a much larger scale exists in this role, and I find that exhilarating. Friedman says the era of anonymous uploading is over. In order to become what Pornhub calls a model or partner with the right to upload to the site, contributors have to go through a rigorous process of identifying themselves, using a state ID, a face scan done by a third party, and a sign-off from a human moderator. So if you ever do Pornhub, you can be sure that Israel knows about it. If you were ever an actor, if you ever uploaded a video to Pornhub, you could be sure that Israel knows about it. Oh my Lord in heaven. I'm sorry for going down this rabbit hole, but like, oof.
For America. It's like, no, the it wasn't. There's never been a moment where we've ever done something in terms of foreign policy that was good for Americans. That's not a part of the conversation. It's what Americans, which Americans. For capital owners, the Iraq War was fantastic. When people say Israel is a liability, they're bringing us into all these wars. It's like, yeah, regular ass Americans, but you know what it's good for? Capital owners, the military industrial complex, people who profit off of death and destruction. That's it. So yeah, technically Israel is a bad ally, but it's not a bad ally from the point of empire. It certainly ends up reaching and taking a lot more than it gives back, and that's frustrating. I think it's embarrassing for Americans for old school WASP nationalists like Tucker Carlson cut from a good cloth. It's embarrassing to be humiliated by Jewish donors like this. 100%. That's what it is. That's how he sees it. That's how I think a lot of, let's say, white nationalists, or maybe white nationalists of a different variety, neo-Nazis, that's how they see it. They want Israel here in America. Some of them do. But they hate how embarrassing it is that this glorious nation, the #1 nation on the planet, a nation for prosperity for those who work hard, strong men, builders that comprise the foundation of this beautiful country that has dominated all around the globe, built so much prosperity everywhere, is now being dominated embarrassingly by our own vassal, that would not exist if it wasn't for the $300 billion that we gave them for the last 80 years. The vassal that was handed over to us by the other superpower that we also took over, that we took ownership over, the British. The sun never set on the British Empire, and now they are our vassal as well. That's how domineering of a force we are, and that force is being humiliated in broad daylight by our own vassal that constantly demands more and gives us nothing in return. God, I could be such a good propagandist on the right. You have no idea. Holy shit. Because a good propagandist has to say the truth. And especially if you say the truth about an issue that other people don't want to say, oh my Lord, you will be seen as a legend. But that's the reality. It's just, that's what it is. They want to do Israel here in America, but for whites, who knows what that means. But they also, on top of that, want to change this dynamic. They want to stop being run by people who put Israel first. Our Middle Eastern policy is entirely dominated by Israel. That's it. It's entirely dominated by people who do put Israel first in many instances. And it doesn't matter if they're Jewish or not. There's plenty, more often than not, they're not even Jewish. They're wasps, right? And I think that's also kind of an ugly humiliation for someone like Tucker. Again, Tucker's dad was in the CIA.
And so when I applied to CIA, and I've taken a lot of crap, including from Putin, like, oh, you're from a CIA family. Well, yeah, obviously my father worked in conjunction with CIA. I mean, that's what that is. And I tried to join the CIA, but I'm not being false about it.
He considers himself a legacy American. And now he sees other people who are also supposed to be legacy Americans just like him, that was responsible for this big, beautiful nation that dominated, that tamed the barbarians, the indigenous population, and endlessly expanded all the way to the West Coast and made something of this country, that then turned around and, defeated the Nazis, which maybe Tucker doesn't think was too good of an idea. Maybe we fought the wrong side from Tucker's perspective. Who knows? I'm not going to get into that. But it's been this massive cultural force dominating the globe. And then this country, the wealthiest nation on the planet, is basically captive to the interests of a tiny group of people that just get to dictate whatever the we do in the Middle East. He's going to be pissed off. It's humiliating. My perspective is different than Tucker's, obviously. I think we let the Zionist advocacy groups do whatever the they want, because the very same individuals that are doing this domination at the behest of capital love when Israel destabilizes. But my point is, I think we let Israel do it because we like that Israel's doing it. Do you get it? Because we enjoy that Israel is this destabilizing factor.
Only fans are playing video games all day. If you've convinced them that radical Islam is their #1 problem, you are the most effective propagandist in history. I mean, that's an unbelievable feat. I haven't seen the poll. I'm taking your word for it. And again, I don't know how many people responded to it.
Yeah.
But that is deranged. And by the way, if you think radical Islam is the threat that you claim it is, I'm hardly endorsing it. I'm opposed to it. I'm against radical anything. I'm the most temperamentally moderate person. I'm a fucking 56-year-old wasp, dude. I am moderate, okay?
Yeah.
But I just don't like lying. But if you sincerely believe radical Islam is the greatest threat, then why aren't they asking the government?
That poll is really old, even stronger. You don't have something newer from March of 2024?
Why isn't Ben Shapiro asking the government to fully
I lost my over 1 year sub. Yes, buy it for $6.
the 9/11 files?
Right.
I wonder why that is. Any sense of why that might be? Seriously, if you really think radical Islam is that great a threat, tell me why you're hiding basic facts about 9/11. And the answer is, of course, it's not what they told us it was.
That's crazy. God, he's so good. He's Protestant. I would have thought he's Catholic. No, dude, that's why I said he's like the OG stock American, dude. What are you talking about? Bro, he hit OnlyFans at 9/11. He's saying, who's more dangerous to America? Radical Islam, which didn't do 9/11, but radical Jews who did 9/11, just like, you know, radical Jews who are doing OnlyFans. If you can't pick up what he's putting down, you inevitably will when the time comes and he actually does say it, when it's like allowed, when it's allowed to be openly said. But that's what he's doing. And he's such a good propagandist for this reason, because he basically presents it as like this thing that's like obviously commonplace. I mean, what's going on? He never says it's the Jews. In any case, he does believe in great replacement. No, yes. But once again, he does not say the great replacement is by Jews either. Like, he won't say that. But yeah, both Tucker and Candace are actually positioning themselves as defending Islam, which, you know, there is a lot of Islamophobia in this country. I'm sorry. You are never going to win a Muslim vote ever again. If you run around consistently defending Israel and also beef up Islamophobic narratives, never actually talk about Islamophobia, and you only consistently, when Islamophobia is happening at the systematic level, right, in a way where anti-Semitism is not, okay, at least not for the time being. I always qualify. It might change. Things might change in the future. But the point I'm making is, when you don't do that, when you don't ever like speak out against Islamophobia as like supposedly the progressive left, the liberals, you let it foment and maybe even lean into it like Kirsten Gillibrand did, right? And simultaneously always talk about anti-Semitism, 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 anti-Semitism. Most people would have watched along from other marginalized backgrounds too, will go, the do you mean anti-Semitism? Like, I'm thinking of like Latino people, black and brown people, right? People that are victim to systematic racism with regular frequency, constantly hearing people chirp about white people, Jewish white people over and over again. That's what dominates the media. Anyone who leans into this shit is unironically going to win favors with those guys too, even if they're objectively racist. And Tucker Carlson, at least despite being a WASP supremacist, Muslims are 1% of the population. Can't they just chalk it up to a loss? First of all, that is clearly an important demographic in places like Michigan. That's number one. Number two, it's not just Muslims. Do you not understand? When you say Israel's dominating American politics, you're actually capturing a very diverse coalition of voters' interests. That's number one. Many of which are in the throes of the Democratic Party, many of which are actually pro-Democratic Party, or at least in the coalition that is most likely to vote for Democrats. But then also on top of that, when you turn around and say stuff like, the media is constantly talking about the harm that is falling against Jewish people, the media is constantly matching up anti-Semitism, constantly talking about anti-Semitism when, you know, black and brown people are getting dominated, when they're having a hard time making ends meet, and they are victim to systematic racism, which Tucker's never going to say that, obviously. But the reality is, I'm saying that. I don't know why I'm doing Tucker voice. But when the media is constantly talking about anti-Semitism as a primary driver of the conversation, instead of talking about like what Israel's doing, for example, and how Israel is intervening in domestic affairs, for example, and then on top of that, you're from a black or brown background and you hear that over and over and over and over again, yeah, you're going to lose every non-Jewish minority and then think you can still win.
All I can say is, over and over and over again, Hassan and I have seen this coming. We said that the greatest risk of a growth of anti-Semitism is not people protesting Palestine because we believe in human universal rights. It was the right wing, people like Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson, using anti-Semitism and the obvious genocide in Gaza as a wedge to advance their own power. You said I was racist? No, I didn't say you were racist. I didn't say you were racist. I said saying Jews is this because the majority of Jews believe something is an anti-Semitic way of putting it. It doesn't mean you're an anti-Semite. It just means your argument was phrased shittily. I've phrased arguments shittily too. It happens. But I'm telling you that, in my opinion, because the majority of Jews believe X, Y, and Z, doesn't mean all Jews should be held responsible for it. And then I use the example of, I don't think all white people should be held responsible because the majority of white people in the South supported Jim Crow. I think that would be a silly thing to do. However, there is a difference. Jews have traditionally received oppression for being Jewish, which is why I'm a little bit more nervous about it. I think it's more reasonable to blame all white people for the privilege they maintain for American white supremacy. So I am, and you can see it happening now is anti-Semitism is growing, that Jew hate is growing because of the crimes of Israel. Now, if the majority of Jewish people in the Western world support Israel, it still isn't a reason to blame all Jews. That's what I was trying to argue and try to get you to understand is focus on targeting Zionism instead of all Jews. Anti-Semitism is the socialism for fools. That was not my statement. You're misrepresenting my initial point. Okay, you want to double down. This is going to be bad for you, but let's double down. People didn't even know it was you, but now they will. You're doubling down off of gentle correction. Your ego is going to be bad for you. The issue is Western Jews broadly disagree with Gentiles about what anti-Semitism is. The majority of Gentiles think it's fine to oppose Israel as an ethno-state and call Israel a Nazi country versus most Western Jews who think that unfairly targets Jews. The result is that Gentiles just think anti-Semitism is fake and that destigmatizes anti-Semitism, and you get Fuentes being endorsed on Joe Rogan. And then I read your message and I said, I don't like saying this because it leads to anti-Semitic logic. You're dividing people into Jew and Gentile and saying Jews support X. And I said, I don't care if the majority of Jews support something. It's not anti-Semitic to oppose it unless it's unless that's what the religion, that's not what the religion believes. Okay. It is an opinion shared by people who are Jewish. And the Zionists use Jewish identity to push their ideology. But the way you're phrasing it is playing into the you're playing into the framing of the anti-Semites. That's what I said. And you got up your own ass about it. So I'm sorry, don't put it like that. It's bad optically and it's a bad argument. And you're giving bad faith accusations of anti-Semitism energy by dividing between Jew and Gentile, which who does that? Who says that? But anti-Semites. Oh, chat, we're getting more of our charcuterie board. We got to finish the charcuterie board. So I'm not calling you an anti-Semite, but I'm saying that framing is not good. And it is what it is. You could see, if you don't see why I'm saying that, I'm sorry. I'm too patient. I don't know what else to say. All right, chat. Ladies and gentlemen, the majority report is China posting. The majority report is China posting. Flawless Mike from PA victory. You know, I got Hassan to start doing it, but now the majority report is doing it.
You mentioned that the Europe or the EU is trying to kind of meet in the middle of some of these different tactics. The United States.
My mom is literally Jewish ancestry. They left in the 1910s. Don't you dare imply I'm racist. I'm not saying you're racist. Why do people have such a hard time understanding that someone criticizing what you're saying as playing into the hands of anti-Semites is not the same thing as saying you're an anti-Semite? Are you struggling with the distinction? The way you phrased it plays into anti-Semitic framing, and it's a bad way to frame it. What more do you want me to say? Do you want me to call you an anti-Semite?
Is being hawkish. What a shock. China is really focused on building up, industrializing, and has been for nearly like 2 decades, really. And they're well ahead. So they're kind of an example of less hawkishness and more investment internally. And then you kind of have the EU in a bit of a middle space. Just explain all 3 of those examples and why they're distinct from one another in terms of their approach.
So I think it's easiest to start with China because...
I'm sorry, Mike, but I disagree with you on this one. As long as the majority of Jews of the West favor Israel, it should be possible to point that out. Of course, not in the deranged way bit. I don't think the chatter did that either. I'm going to explain it one more time, and then I'm going to start handing out weak timeouts. Because you're not processing, your brain has some sort of hitch where you're not processing what I'm saying, and we're getting into a loop. So I'm going to say it one more time. If you disagree, you're taking a 1 week timeout. All right? I am not saying you're anti-Semitic. I'm saying the majority of Jews believe X, therefore the division is between Jews and Gentiles is an anti-Semitic way of putting the argument. What the left is trying to do is separate Jewishness from Zionism. Even if the majority of Jews support Zionism, it is still unhelpful for preventing hate and it aids and abets right-wing anti-Semitism to conflate Judaism and Zionism. Even though Zionists and anti-Semites are doing that, it's unfair to those large population of Jews who do not support Israel's genocide when you do that. You are actively helping grow anti-Semitism when you make the arguments in that way. I'm not saying you're anti-Semitic. I'm saying that argument leads people towards anti-Semitism because you're structuring the arguments and thoughts in the same way anti-Semites do. Don't do that. And I'm very comfortable criticizing Jewish organizations that support Zionism. Like, you're talking to someone who has been called an anti-Semite. And it was for criticizing Israel's conception of Jewish identity within Israel which is a supremacist identity. And a lot of people try to cancel me for that. Trust me, I understand what I'm talking about. I've been called an anti-Semite. Like, what are you talking about? I'm trying to help you understand that formulation will, in the long run, help Nick Fuentes. It doesn't mean you're an anti-Semite. It means that way you phrase that argument was bad for the cause. If you are not willing to listen to that kind of criticism, then you are not really ready to engage in a conversation with me. And yes, the problem is, yes, exactly. West does stuff. Exactly. That's what Hassan and I have been saying. This is what Hassan and I have been saying. Zionists use framing that helps anti-Semites. Exactly. Exactly. They're trying to trick liberals. Zionists are trying to trick liberals by saying if you oppose Israel, you're an anti-Semitic and you're bigoted, because they don't want us to talk about the nature of what Israel is to regular people. So they're trying to create this kind of like knee-jerk, you criticize Israel, you'll be called an anti-Semite, and then you'll get fired for all your jobs for bigotry. What that does, though, is it creates a chilling effect about people who care about that kind of shit. But then what it does is it feeds into conservative propaganda about Jews, the anti-Semitic propaganda about Jews. Zionists are literally creating the conspiracy that anti-Semites say is real. You're not, yeah, you could say anything you want about black people, but if you criticize Jewish people, you get fired. That helps the far right. That's what Nick Fuentes argued. And that's what I'm saying is bad. Do not help conflate Jewishness with Zionism, especially when millions of Jews disagree with that conflation. Stop helping the Zionists and the anti-Semites in their fucking framing. That is the point. There is nothing more to be said. If you double or triple down, you're taking a week off because there's no debate with what I just said. And I'm not going to be locked into one guy. You're going to eat shit because you have no point. Stop defending your fucking, oh, I felt bad for being criticized. Say, yeah, I kind of see what you're saying. You're right. And move the fuck on. Because if you can't, you're derailing the stream and you're now annoying. Thank you for explaining again. Didn't catch all that before. Also, chat, calm down. It's fine to have a discussion, maybe disagree, which I'm not, by the way. No, I'm getting annoyed because I repeated myself 4 times and it gets annoying at that point. And people they're not addressing what I'm saying. Again, you're allowed to disagree with me, but you have to address what I'm saying. You can't skip over the arguments. Say something else. You can't skip over what I'm saying and feel personally offended. I don't want to, that's not the way my chat's going to be.
The role of the state has been central to China for many decades. The role of the state in economic development has been central in China for many decades. So you could argue that industrial policy has, and the state-owned enterprises and subsidies and active trade policy and so on has been a part of China's strategy for a long time. And in the United States, we started seeing, as I mentioned, the role of the state and industrial policy becoming more central in 2016, focusing on subsidies and trade policy. But we say in the paper, what characterizes the United States is especially this hawkish approach to trade policy. And right now we're really seeing the pinnacle of this. And this is the tariffs we're seeing by Trump are really unprecedented in terms of the aggressiveness and kind of as a foreign policy tool in negotiations, simply more than kind of.
I'm addressing what you're saying here. If you think it plays in the hands of anti-Semites to recognize the differences and understanding of what constitutes anti-Semitism between the majority of Jews versus the majority of non-Jews, is a dead end to even consider. Jews are in trouble. Non-Jews will literally just revert to mean and do pogroms. You're okay, so we agree. Rosa Lux, okay, we agree. We agree. The idea, promoting the idea that Jews believe in Jewish supremacy is harmful to Jews, I agree with you. And if the majority of Western Jews feel that way, it's something that we have to work against, just like we worked against white supremacy. majority of Southern whites are white supremacists, then we need to send down the fucking National Guard to integrate the schools. I'm in favor of opposing Zionism, but I don't want to conflate a religion with the current subjective opinions of people who espouse that religion, even if it's a majority, because that's not the same thing. Do you understand that? The tradition of Judaism is far older than Zionism by about 5,000 years. So yes, I'm doing the more difficult thing, which is called being correct and not falling into anti-Semitic tropes, because I am a leftist and a socialist. So I don't fall into those anti-Semitic tropes, even if there is a massive effort to convince Jews in America to be Zionist, paid for by a foreign government and supported by the American government. I'm sorry being a leftist is annoying. I'm sorry being correct is annoying. I'd rather do what's right and correct than allow myself to be used by anti-Semites to push bullshit.
Economic planning policy.
That's very economic national. It's very much economic nationalism, as you describe. Yeah, I hadn't thought of it that way. Go on.
Yeah, and
I'm sorry I didn't say it was the product of widespread Zionist ideology first. I will make it clear this is a result of Zionist supremacist ideology, which is an ideological perversion of Jewish theology of responsibility and heal the world. Thank you. You're not an anti-Semite. I'm not an anti-Semite. I'm just saying that we have to be very precise now because anti-Semitism has exploded. And as we feared and as we called, we said, if America supports this genocide, it'll cause anti-Semitism to explode. Well, it fucking did. We're now in that world now.
You know, in the European Union, what we find based on our reading of government documents is that they've tried for years to balance having some autonomy with also being strategically open to both the United States and China and the rest of the world. But now we are seeing more emphasis on trying to be economically competitive, trying to put more money into the military. But in the European Union, and obviously it's there are some caveats here because it's a collection of nation states that have autonomy within the European Union. We need to keep in mind that. But we aren't seeing as clear of a sort of economic nationalist strategy in the European Union as in the United States.
And the economic nationalism of let me backtrack for a second. The China piece that you mentioned there. How much of this is a belated reaction to China with an understanding that China has gotten so far ahead of the rest of the world as not just being, as it has been derisively called previously, the factory of the world, but as a major economic, multifaceted superpower, basically, at this point, that has an industrial kind of base that isn't just about, exports and making money that way to the rest of the world, but they have developed the capacity internally to be much more self-reliant than the United States.
Yes, and I think this has surprised many people, the pace at which China has developed sort of entire supply chains domestically. So China is still exporting a lot, and China still dominates.
The reason why is because they're a socialist state. It's really that simple. The reason why the Chinese are so powerful is because they're a socialist state. That's it. And if you don't think of China as a socialist state, you're wrong. And that's really now, I have a criticism with China. I have policies I want them to implement. But fundamentally, the reason why they have this self-reliance is because the Communist Party of China has focused for the last 15 years on rooting out corruption, on developing these supply chains, on developing their domestic capacity, and building up their social and political capital and human capital. Like, there has been an intense, focused internal development process that values development over profit. That's why they are where they are. Now, they have tamed and used capitalism, viciously competitive capitalism, capitalists in an arena battling against each other for maximum efficiency and maximum technological development. And they have had these super competitive firms emerge from this ruthless competition, but they have kept the important commanding heights of the economy within the Communist Party's hands. I'm talking about finance. I'm talking about things like utilities and electrical generation. I'm talking about things like infrastructure. All the stuff that is super important has remained under the control of the state. That's why between 40 and 60% of the economy is literally owned by the government. That is, the United States is nothing like that. And I don't think we have the capacity to get our capitalist class under control. The Communist Party of China has capitalists focused on developing China. And when a capitalist acts up, they bonk them on the head.
It's international trade to a degree. And I think it's, the picture of China's quote unquote dominance is nuanced. We see dominance in a lot of manufacturing industries. We see China's dominance in the international trade of goods. At the same time, it's still Chinese workers and firms in US supply chains and not the other way around. So the United States still has structural power in a lot of industries, and they have the companies with the largest market capitalization in the world, etc. So the picture is nuanced here. But certainly China is now for sure dominating the manufacture of clean energy devices like electric vehicles, wind turbines, and solar panel. That's, there's no question that they're the world leader there. They're starting to develop entire domestic supply chains in semiconductors, arguably the world's most technologically advanced industry. And we're also seeing that China is advancing rapidly with artificial intelligence. Also very interesting about China's rise is that more and more people are saying that US trade policy against China is backfiring, because China realized and started realizing that US actively, a lot of US economic policy right now, very broadly, is about countering China and also preventing China. So they started actively focusing more on trying to develop capabilities across across supply chains, both vertically and horizontally within China. So they really have had this drive to develop technological capabilities across all industries for some time, and it's proving to be quite successful.
Can you speak about China as a country that is, when we talk about here in the United States, like the CHIPS Act, which was an industrialization bill, basically, was the acronym is about hawkishness with China, and that's how you can get both parties on board. I mean, it's a very bipartisan kind of way that competition with China is viewed here in this country. And you'll hear every Republican refer to China as the Chinese Communist Party over and over again. But in fact, their kind of strategy is one under Xi Jinping of state capitalism. Can you explain that as an economic concept and how China...
That's the thing. The CHIPS Act doesn't actually compete with China because we're not doing what we need to do. If you wanted to make America powerful, you would be nationalizing a lot of shit. You would be removing it from the market. And that's the only way to save America. Now, it's not going to happen until we have another depression economically. That's the only thing that's going to shake people up to actually recognize we need radical change. I know that. You know that. Nothing's going to change until we have another economic collapse. I can tell you what we need to do, but it won't matter because people are not going to be interested in radical change because they've got too much to lose. Once they lose it, then we'll have the conversation.
Kind of exemplifies it.
We're waiting for the crash.
The structure of their government.
Yeah. So China has embraced many elements of capitalist markets. They have a huge and thriving private sector. There is wage labor there. They opened up to international trade and international capital flows in the 80s, 90s. And so in that sense, they embrace many aspects of capitalism. But, as you said, US politicians refer to it as a communist country, etc. And so ideologically, China is different. And it's important to realize while China, embraces these capitalist elements, it still has very much roots in socialist and communist ideology. And the political party, the ruling party in China, the Chinese Communist Party, is very proud of this. And in practice, we see this especially when it comes to state control over the economy. And I think this is a very crucial point, because this is something...
He's right. I mean, there's really nothing more to say. Like, that's correct. It's correct. And China is a socialist or a communist state. Like, it is what it is. Now, I have my disagree. That doesn't mean I agree with every policy they're doing. Doesn't mean I think it's utopic now. It is a party that is focused on developing a way of managing the economy that we have not yet achieved. Like, if you went back to 1700, they could not have designed 21st century capitalism in 1700. They had to go through the process of development. There had to be fits and starts. There had to be ideas tried that failed. And there had to be a certain level of natural selection toward capitalist economy. That process of history had to take place in order to proceed through these developmental stages. Maybe the socialist model, maybe the Chinese model is the way that socialism is going to develop. Maybe it's a false path and it's going to collapse from some unforeseen problem. Maybe we don't have the model yet. But the one thing you could say is there has never been a country that has developed faster than China in human history. And they are now on the cutting edge of technology in the modern day, right now. That is, we've never lived in a world where the most powerful country was socialist, but you do now. And I feel like all of us are still, like, we are still mentally in 2012 or 2009. Like, we're not really able to process with the idea that a self-aware communist party, the largest economy in the world. Like, we don't really, it's not really sinking in yet. We're still living in a different time. And they're growing every year. I want you to understand something, chat. I want to show you this chart. Every 3 years, China builds a brand new total United States electrical grid from just additions to its solar capacity. In other words, every 3 years, China's installing so many solar panels that if they installed it in the US, it could replace the entire electrical grid with solar panels. That's just solar. That's not counting their hydro. That's not counting their nuclear. That's not counting their wind. Just solar. Electricity per person. This is the world. This is the world excluding China. I want you to understand that we are entering a reality that people did not think was possible. And we aren't even at China's zenith. What happens when China starts socialist modernization? They're doing it now. They're doing it now. And the one thing that China has done is they're building a political regime of a technocracy. If the Chinese Communist Party called themselves the Technocrat Party, I think white people would be able to see it better for what it is. Basically, you have to be an expert to manage an area that requires expertise. Like, that is not something that happens in America. Dan Bongino is not an expert on solving murders, yet how the fuck is he in the fucking FBI deputy director role? He's a dipshit.
That separates China from capitalist Western countries in that the state controls the direction of investment, the direction of credit. In the US, for example, you could argue that the private sector controls investment, the financial sector, etc. Private banks are very, very important in the US. But in China, whereas you have a private sector, the state is really in control over the direction of credit, the direction of investment. They oversee everything. And this is also why you can have this kind of aggressive, tactical, long-term industrial policy. For example, in clean energy, this would not be possible in a country where, you know, the top 1% of private sector and financial firms control the means of production. So it's, yeah, state capitalism is a fitting label of China, and the economy is organized in a way that's quite different in that sense from a lot of Western capitalist countries.
And what also struck me about this kind of and you speak about this in the paper, economic nationalism, also as like an ideologically consistent with neo-mercantilism, and how there was it's a viewpoint that also was reflected kind of in some anti-colonial movements, like the Pan-African movement, for example, and to see now major economic powerhouse countries adopting some of that framework, it's fascinating because this also isn't going to, exist in a vacuum, this strategy. This will have an impact on developing countries. So I guess as we kind of wrap up here, what will that impact be? And what can we anticipate, for countries that aren't big, major powerhouses, obviously like the US, China, or the EU?
So this question, the impact of this new economic nationalism on the global economy and on developing countries, is, in my view, the most important aspect of this paper, and is one of the most important questions we should discuss. So on the one hand, when we see these major economic powers implement nationalist policies, this to some degree has detrimental impact on developing countries. Why is this? Well, when you see countries with huge financial muscles, or the world generally moving towards more economic nationalism, this obviously benefits those countries that have, deeper government coffers, more money to spend on industrial policy. Essentially, if it's one big competition, those with more money and those ahead in the game will do, are the ones who will do the best. And recent research also confirms that, this return of national security and industrial policy is mainly seen in the world's wealthiest countries.
Oh, that seems good, Animal.
There's a silver lining to this, and there are certain benefits that I think this new world order brings to developing countries, and that revolves around the rise of China. So China is a country that has emerged from the periphery. It's a huge global power now.
Also, the reason why China is developing is they don't have the CIA importing drugs. That's literally, if you want my most conspiracy theory, the reason why China is doing well is killed all the CIA agents, so they don't have a bunch of illicit drugs rampaging throughout their society. So every time the CIA gets wiped out of an area, you know what else goes? The illegal drug trade. So, and when you don't have illicit, highly addictive, illicit opioids coursing throughout your country, and you're actually focused on helping out the bottom of your society and seeing an improvement in their quality of life, you don't have this huge roving population of addicted people.
A lot of research suggests that the relationship that China is building with other developing countries is more beneficial for those developing countries. There's obviously a lot of nuance here, and China has different strategies in different countries. But I looked at a really fascinating report published by a Danish NGO called the Alliance of Democracies, and it found that 79% of countries around the world have a more positive view of China than of the United States. And most of these 79% of countries are developing countries. Why do most developing countries in the world like China more than the United States? Well, a lot of it has to do with the way China invests in these countries. They focus a lot on infrastructure investment, manufacturing investment, and China also respects the sovereignty of these countries more so than historically the United States has done. So, in some ways, the rise of China means stronger South-South cooperation and a larger voice for the global South in the international order, to the degree we view China as part of this block of developing countries, which, for example, if we think about China being part of BRICS, it is.
And that is, I guess, where I will end with you, or final question here. I mean, we also saw the images coming out of Modi and Putin and Xi kind of embracing, and it felt like a very clear signal to the United States, like, you want to be hawks? You want to isolate yourself? Here you go. What was your reaction to that show of kind of unity in the face of Trump?
It's I would say ambivalence, because to some degree, I don't. If we see Putin and Modi and Xi coming together, China's diplomatic relationships in the world is not unambiguously positive. I do not support Putin's actions in Ukraine, and to the degree that China, although China tries to not explicitly support Russia, there is implicit support there. Yeah. And that's not completely unproblematic. But at the same time, I think it's, Okay, we could criticize China for supporting Putin, but at the same time, we're seeing, Trump.
We have no credibility. We're funding a genocide. We have
That's
no
the thing.
credibility on the world stage on this matter. Yeah.
That's the thing. To what degree should the United States now lecture China on this, given that, they're funding and directly funding and supporting a genocide in Gaza? So the world is complicated. If we, seeing more international collaboration between China and India, the two world's most populous countries, and within those countries, a lot of development still needs to occur. That is something that I love to see. And if India and China can resolve their differences and become closer, and if we can move towards an international order where power is more broadly distributed and where developing countries are represented more, that I think is unambiguously good. To move towards a more multipolar world order and one where poorer countries get more power is something that I think is a direction that we should celebrate.
Completely agree. Jostein Hauge, political economist, assistant professor in development studies at the University of Cambridge, publisher of the Global Currents newsletter. We'll put a link to your newsletter and your latest paper in the podcast and YouTube descriptions wherever people are listening to or watching this, and at majority.fm. Thanks so much.
All I can say is when the majority reporters are becoming pro-China, ladies and gentlemen, we got them. Ladies and gentlemen, we got them. And I want to say, this is just what a sober, realistic examination of what China is, what China represents. They just went through a major milestone, chat. An incredible major milestone of 50,000 kilometers of high-speed rail completed. 50,000 kilometers of high-speed rail completed in China. Do you understand what that even means? Every city in China that has a population greater than 500,000 people has been connected to the high-speed rail grid. That's amazing. All right, I want to talk to you guys about oh, by the way, thank you so much for the gifted subs, Type 2 Diabetic. I appreciate you. I want to talk to you about a concept that has been going viral on social media called the kill line. This is how Chinese people, as there's been more intercourse between Chinese people and Americans, a lot of Americans are becoming curious about China because they're starting to see more and more video from China. China opened up the tourism visas. It made it a lot easier for Westerners to come visit China, and more content is being produced in China, and more people are visiting some of China's cities. And that intercourse where Americans are so impressed, it has led to an examination of what America really looks like, what America it really seems. U.S. kill line, a Chinese meme about economic precarity. Lately, I've seen a Chinese internet meme which literally reads like U.S. North America kill line. It sounds violent, but it's mostly a gaming metaphor. In games, an execute threshold is the HP line below which you can finish someone off easily. A popular Bilibili creator, nicknamed Lao A by viewers, helped push this meme into the mainstream by using it as a one-sentence model for economic fragility in the US and Canada.
Hey everyone, there's a concept that's absolutely blowing up on Chinese social media right now. It's called the kill line. Many Chinese creators are using this concept to expand the US to Chinese audiences. I'm not here to judge it. I just want to explain how it's being described, and then hear what you think. What's interesting is that this kill line idea isn't completely made up. In the US, there's already an official term that overlaps heavily with it. ALICE, asset limited, income constrained, employed. Now in these Chinese videos, creators often explain this using video games metaphors. They break the kill line into 4 stages. Stage 1, constant bleeding, meaning you are working, you have income, but there's no real buffer. It's like a video game where your health bar is always draining. Car notes, insurance, taxes, tips.
I think this is a really important point. I think a lot of people are living like this. A lot of people are living like this, where you are facing a economic situation where even though you're working and you're working hard, you never seem to be able to save any money. In fact, you're falling further and further behind economically. You start living off of credit. You start borrowing more. And maybe your income on paper should cover your bills. We know how reality actually works. You can never make forward progress, and you can't save for a down payment. And if you're not saving for a down payment, like if you own a home, every time you pay your mortgage payment, that's like saving money. The percentage, like every time when you pay a mortgage payment, the percentage that goes to principal is basically going back into your own pocket. The money that goes to interest is the cost of the money that you borrowed. So every time you make a mortgage payment, you are actually increasing your wealth. Whereas when you rent, every time you make a rent payment, your wealth is going down. And I don't know about you, chat, but it's hard to save money. It really is hard to save money. The advantage of a mortgage is it kind of forces you to save money in the form of equity. And that's what saved the baby boomers. What saved the baby boomers economically is because they all were able to buy houses cheap when they were young. When they were 20, when they were 25, when they were 30, they were able to afford a home. When I was born, my mother was 22 and my dad was 32, problematic age gap. But they owned the house I lived in. They owned the house that I lived in. I had absolutely no chance of owning my home at 32, let alone 22. And they were not making that much money then. Like, that's what I want you to understand. They were not making that much money then. But yet they were able to afford a home. Now, you have to be in the top 10% to own a home in most of America's major cities. Only the top 10% could afford a home? That's fucking insane. People in China are realizing that earning 3K RMB, $450 in China, can live much better than somebody making 3,000 US dollars in the US. That wraps up the kill line meme currently. Oh yeah, it's cheap to survive in China. This is what people don't understand. It's cheap to survive in China. What I mean is it's cheap to afford rent. It's cheap to afford transport. It's cheap to afford food. It's cheap to afford healthcare. So surviving in China is cheap. And they have all the little treaty treats you want too. They have all that available to them as well. But the basic survival stuff is cheap.
Eats away at you daily. You can't afford to get sick. You can't afford for anything to go wrong. Stage 2, critical hit. That's when something finally breaks the balance. A missed paycheck, an emergency room visit, an ambulance ride that costs thousands, or insurance denying your claim. One event is enough to punch through whatever buffer you had left and push your bills overdue. Stage 3, credit collapse. And this is where things stop being just personal and start being structural. Late payments tank your credit scores. Suddenly, you can rent easily, you can access better jobs, you can get affordable loans. You are forcing to pay the loans with insane interest. The debt snowballs gets bigger. Stage 4, systemic execution. If you lose your car or your house, court notice may not even reach you. You lose by default. More debt piles up, and your final destination is the streets. In those same Chinese videos, the argument doesn't stop at personal struggle. They go one step further. And this is the core logic behind the kill line. The claim is that this isn't an accident. It's structural. According to this explanation, high living costs, aggressive financial systems, and a very unforgiving legal framework work together to sort people out, not slowly, but efficiently. The idea is that in a highly financialized economy like the US, profits come more from assets than from everyday labor. When that happens, wealth concentrates at the top, and pressure gets pushed downward. And when a society can't support a dignified life for everyone, the system creates a threshold. Rent, healthcare, education, and debt becomes a filter. People who can keep up and really repaired or reintegrated, they're priced out and pushed to the margins. Again, I'm not saying this is the truth. This is how Chinese creators are explaining it to their own audience. And I want to know, does this interpretation resonate with you? Or does it missing something important? Drop your thoughts in the comments.
小红书
Hey everyone, there's a concept that's absolutely blowing up.
And I feel like this is correct. This is correct. This is the reality that we see. We see in ourselves a fragile, precarious life. And even if you are doing really well, even if you make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, if you get the wrong disease, if you get the wrong condition, you could find yourself going from on a glide slope to retirement to bankrupt. Every dollar that you have will be wrung out of you. And then because you can't work, you'll lose health coverage. That is the reality that we all face.
I personally think it's this. The cost of simply staying alive is incredibly low. Let me show you what that means. In China, 2 RMB, 30 cents gets you across a city on a bus. 4 RMB, 60 cents gets you on a fast clean metro that runs late into the night. You can walk home at midnight without fear. Food are cheap in local markets. Utilities are affordable. Healthcare is not luxurious, but efficient and affordable. Public education can be almost free if you are not chasing elite schools. This means even a low-wage worker in Shanghai can rent a room in the outskirts for 500 RMB, $70 a month. Eat well, move around the city and survive. And when survival is possible, social mobility becomes possible. People can save money, take risks, start a small business, send a kid to university, climb up step by step. This social survival foundation is one of the engines behind China's rise. And here is a part most Chinese don't understand. In many countries, including Western rich nations, ordinary people face brutal survival costs and unsafe streets after dark. In countries like Brazil or Nigeria, public transport is much expensive than China. In parts of Europe, healthcare is free, but very hard to access when you truly need it. China has many problems, of course. Income inequality is real and huge. Rich elites also often lack social responsibility, but the social foundation, the thing that holds the system together, is still stronger than most outsiders imagine. If China continues improving these foundations and gives the bottom 50% more hope, its future will be even bigger than its past. Most people criticize China by looking at the top. Very few understand China by looking at the bottom. That's where the real story is. I'm Yuan, unpacking China and shifting the world around it. Follow for honest takes on how people, ideas, and opportunities are moving in this new global era. Check my back page for more. Thank you. You know, China.
And I think this is ultimately where a lot of Americans are in denial. A lot of Americans are in denial about the fact that our system has had the bottom fall out and there is no net.
In China and on TikTok recently, it shows villagers in Yongxin village in Guizhou province sending off local officials named Zhao Dazhi. People were very emotional. Everyone was crying. A lot of people watched this video and they have some questions. Some people were asking if he's doing such a good job, why was he leaving? Well, this is the part of the system from China that people probably don't understand. Zhao Dazhi was not a permanent local official for that village. He was the first secretary sent down on a term-based assignment. Before that, his original position was in the provincial level public health system. He was sent to the village to complete a few specific tasks. So what did he do for the village? Basically, infrastructure upgrade, improve the safety, guardrails on dangerous roads, build a couple public space like basketball courts, and organize community activities that brought everybody together. That's why the villagers saw the material improvements and they did not want him to leave. And they saw the result, right? Now here's the key point. This is how the system works in China. Leaving does not mean he failed the task. It means the task is done and then they will be rotated. The basic idea is simple. The longer one person stays in one place, the more personal networks and informal power build up. Rotation is designed to stop that happening. Officials are not meant to turn local authorities into personal territory. They are supposed to complete the mission, hand it over, and move on. Rotation also spreads experience. If someone can prove they can get things done in a village level, the system does not want that ability locked down in one place. So it won't deploy it somewhere else, maybe for larger population. Now in the US, a lot of politicians stay in the same seats for decades. The system rewards re-election, fundraising, donor relationships, and media visibility. Over time, politics becomes a lifelong career. They stay in one district, serve that district for their whole life. If they are so good, so capable, why can't they just serve other districts and bring their experience to other people? If you want more context and how this rotation works and how it compared to the career politicians in the United States, I have a full article. I put everything together on Substack, link in bio, and thank you for the support.
I mean, I think the reality of why people don't like China is because of the Red Scare. They just hear the word socialist or communist and they go, ooh, scary, because you watch television shows and you read propaganda. Oh, it's authoritarian, guys. It's authoritarian in China. Try criticizing Israel. Show up to a protest criticizing Israel. You'll see which country is more authoritarian.
It's not. China is a political meritocracy. It's governed by tested, experienced administrators who've spent decades proving they can govern. Here's how it works. And join us for more international politics at Cultural Perspective. China has 5 levels of government: township, prefecture, province, and central. To reach national leadership, officials must climb every rung, a process that takes 20 to 30 years. You can't skip levels. You can't buy your way in. You prove yourself or you don't advance. And by the time someone reaches the Politburo Standing Committee, they've governed populations larger than most European countries. And this isn't one-man rule. 7 people sit on the Standing Committee. The State Council handles administration. The National People's Congress passes law. Compare that to the United States, where someone with absolutely no government experience can be elected as president. This is what sets the Chinese system apart: the incredible results it's created for its people. An end to poverty, one of the largest middle classes in history, and in just a generation, drastically reducing pollution, high-speed rail, greening the deserts. There are more trees in China today than there were 20 years ago. And this is how government is supposed to work, for the people. And that's how political meritocracy works. It's how China works. Stop calling it authoritarian. Stop calling...
They call it authoritarian because it's a meaningless catchphrase. It's something that you can just say. It's something that you can just spout. And there's really, like, when you say authoritarian, what the fuck does that even mean? Literally. Well, Mike, they have one political party, not 2. There's more disagreement inside the Communist Party of China than there is between the Democrats and the Republicans. I'll say that again. There is more disagreement and debate within the Communist Party of China than there is in both the Democrat and Republican parties. They are less ideologically diverse than the Communist Party of China. Both of them together. All right, chat. I wanted to talk about Donald Trump today. There were 2 people that were spending their holiday season rage tweeting and rage Instagram posting: Donald Trump and Ethan Klein. Now, obviously, Donald Trump is a hell of a lot more important and interesting than Ethan Klein, but I do think Ethan Klein and Donald Trump have pretty much the identical personality. And so it's a lot of fun to make fun of them and laugh at them.
With President Trump posting again about Jeffrey Epstein. Last night,
as a part of the Chinese delegation in your community, please emphasize that the CPC stands as one resolute governing body. The thing about the Communist Party of China is you have the debate internally about policy, and then you vote on the policy, and then whatever side of the argument wins, everybody puts their back into implementing that policy as if it was their idea, right? You have the debate, and then you exercise party discipline and you say, I didn't agree with that, but that's the policy. I'm going to put my own personal opinions aside and I'm going to work my ass off to try to make this policy work. And if it doesn't work, then you come back and you change the policy. You don't have people sitting there and incentivized to undermine the policy to advance themselves. That's the problem in America too, is you could have the right answer, but half the people are trying to fucking sabotage it. They're trying to make it fail.
He asked when the DOJ will say, quote, no more on the Epstein files and work on election fraud, claiming, quote, the Dems are the ones who worked with Epstein, not the Republicans. Release all of their names, embarrass them, and get back to helping our country.
Now 1 million more pages on the Epstein are found. DOJ is being forced to spend all of its time on this Democrat-inspired hoax. Donald Trump is saying the Epstein files are a hoax? When do they say no more and work on election fraud, etc.? The Dems are the ones who work with Epstein, not the Republicans. Release all their names, embarrass them, and get back to helping our country. The radical left doesn't want people talking about Trump and Republican success. Only a long ago dead Jeffrey Epstein. Just another witch hunt. What the fuck success are you talking about? The unemployment rate has gone up like 1.5% since you were sworn in a fucking year. What the hell are you talking about? What the fuck is he on?
This from the man who is in picture after picture after picture and video with the man in question. The post follows an incoherent Christmas Day rant where he posted, quote, Merry Christmas to all, including the many sleazebags who loved Jeffrey Epstein, only to drop him like a dog. when things got too hot, falsely claimed they had nothing to do with him, didn't know him, said he was a disgusting person, and then blamed, of course, President Donald J. Trump. He also added a cryptic warning saying, quote, "That's the way it is in the world of corrupt Democrat politics. Enjoy what may be your last Merry Christmas." And that was just one of the nearly 150 times Trump posted in an unhinged rage-baiting spree on Christmas Day, in which he once again peddled 2020 election conspiracy theories, wished a Merry Christmas to everyone, including the, quote, radical left scum, and shared false claims about Somali immigrants. Joining us now is Kayla Gardner, MS Now White House reporter, Kimberly Atkins Store, MS Now political analyst and columnist for the Boston Globe and writer of the Supreme Court newsletter, The Gavel, and David Drucker, MS Now contributor, senior writer for The Dispatch, and author of In Trump's Shadow. Kayla, I gotta start with you. Now, 150 times on one day. The man tweets or tells someone else to tweet a lot. But it seems with the way that, as long as I've covered him, as long as you've covered him, as long as he's been in our lives, the thing that has been very clear is when Trump is feeling like his back is against the wall, that's when we start seeing this. When he's scared and worried, that's what he starts seeing this. How is the White House kind of taking in and explaining these rage-baiting
One thing that I thought was so interesting, particularly about his Epstein comments, is just a few days ago, he was saying he felt terrible for people like Bill Clinton being in these photos and sort of expressing sympathy for people who had association with Jeffrey Epstein, including himself, who had more than a decade-long friendship with Epstein. And so that seemed to sharply change. Now he's, again, putting that attention back on Democrats, which has been the White House's strategy from the beginning. They say, look at these other people who had relationships with Epstein. Look at Congress. They don't want the attention to be on President Trump. But to his point about the DOJ focusing on other things, they are not going to be. The DOJ has explicitly said the next few weeks will be committed to looking through these documents, making new redactions. So this is a story that is not going to go away for the White House, especially going into the new year. And it's largely a problem of their own making. This is something that they could have been doing from day one. President Trump said that he was going to release the Epstein files. This is a problem that they have walked into. And it seems that some of the loudest voices that are upset are Trump's own supporters. So it's a political issue of his own making. And there's a lot that could have been done leading up to this moment to really avoid the problems that they're seeing now.
It's important to note that Donald Trump himself was a Democrat when he was hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein. So while he's pointing fingers at the Democrat, he himself was a Democrat at that point. Molly.
I'm curious. I wanted to reach out to you, David. So we have seen this has really spiraled, this Epstein story. It just continues to go on. Republicans have had really some bad special elections, right? It's, you know, there's been a lot of sort of mess ups. I wonder, you know, are Republicans starting to get nervous? Do you see any kind of feeling or a talk at all behind the scenes that there's that Trump may in fact not be the sort of, you know, that he may be in fact a paper tiger?
Well, it depends how you look at it. I mean, I think clearly people are starting to talk and act according to the fact that Trump's not going to be president forever, no matter what some of his supporters might prefer. And so you're starting to see conversations and actions that tell you that they're preparing for a post-Trump future, whatever that means. I don't think that we've seen any substantial evidence that they're throwing him overboard.
Wait, what the fuck? I walk away? Who the fuck is this Republican?
Treating him like a lame duck. Perhaps that's something that is going to happen later this summer or after the midterm elections. But Molly, as you know, the Republican primaries are just around the corner. I mean, you know, if I got a nickel for every time I said this, I'd be in pretty good shape. The president's relationship with Republican voters, even though the polling shows that it's diminished some, is still very solid. Republican primary candidates are still aggressively seeking the president's endorsement because it still appears that that endorsement could make or break a primary candidate's prospects. And I don't think anybody is going to push him away or do anything that shows a real break with him, at least until after the primaries are over. Maybe this fall we'll begin to see some separation as they look ahead to the general election. But of course, that depends on what district you're in or what state you're in. If you're running in a red state for Senate, if you're running in a red district for the House of Representatives, You're not going to break with the president ahead of the general election. That's the kind of thing that's going to happen in a purple state, in a competitive swing district. But of course, we would see that anyway. So I think people need to slow their roll if they think they're seeing a crack up. I think we're seeing cracks, but not yet a crack up.
Kimberly, I want to look at, and because part of the crack up is the Epstein files, right? That's like Kayla said, that's where a lot of the anger has come from. I want to play Representative Ro Khanna, who was on our colleagues' show yesterday, All In with Chris Hayes, talking about this 1 million files that the DOJ announced were, quote, uncovered.
They said there was nothing more to see, the case is closed, and then whoops, there are 1 million more files. Anyone who has talked to the survivors or the survivors' lawyers knows that there are critical documents that people should see. What are those documents? They should see the survivors' interviews with the FBI where they named other names. The survivors' lawyers have been in those interviews. They should release the thousands of emails on Jeffrey Epstein's computer that were seized in 2019.
He's throwing out a lot of things that he wants to see. We probably all want to see. But I also am curious, do you think that Congress is doing enough to make sure that the DOJ is doing what they are required by law to do? They already broke the law because the law required them to release everything within that 30 days it was 11:59 on the 19th. Right. That did not happen. So we're already past that. Is Congress doing enough? There's no teeth. There's nothing. They don't have a police force to go arrest folks.
Well, they have something that is called inherent contempt.
Yeah, tell people what that is, because that's
I know
been
people have. Yes, that people have been talking about that. So there are different types of contempt that Congress can hold people in. They can ask courts to either hold them in civil or criminal contempt in a way that the courts would enforce it. But there's also something called inherent contempt, which allows them literally to send their sergeant at arms to go bring someone in to appear before Congress or to order them to do something like produce documents. That is an archaic power that was really meant to allow the government to be set up.
Ro being everywhere feels unnatural. Why is he always the Dem they go to? Because he sucks. Because he's not a leftist. At the end of the day, he's one of these kind of like corporate progressives. So they're very comfortable with him.
Like before the courts were in place, Congress had to be able to do its job. I'm not sure that.
But it is what I don't have. I mean, I know I have smoke for Ro, but it's just like meh.
Even necessary here because we do have courts, and for the most part, especially trial and appellate level courts, have been standing up and fulfilling their job as a check on the other branches of government. But this is a problem of the Trump administration's own making. Donald Trump signed that bill into law on November 19th. So this is really the Justice Department. I can't tell at this point if it's misfeasance, just incompetence, or malfeasance, just them trying to cover their tracks and just protect Trump. I'm guessing it's probably a bit of both in that they can't get these documents out. But the point that Representative Khanna made is so important, is that you have survivors. First of all, that should be top of mind for everyone.
All the time.
That's what this is about. Finding out what happened, who is responsible if there are co-conspirators, and making sure it doesn't happen again. And the survivors who have spoken out can paint the trail for them. We don't need to be going through all this machinations and finding these, these documents that, I don't know, the Easter Bunny or somebody suddenly dropped and they just saw. There is a path to get to the bottom of this, and there seems to be a real lack of urgency or desire by DOJ to actually do that.
Yeah.
I'm curious about this CNN reporting about the Epstein messaging being frustrated. Trump world being frustrated with the Epstein messaging. David, maybe you could talk about this. I mean, it does seem like the Trump administration has done a pretty bad job with the Epstein information, and they always knew it was coming.
Okay. Why can't they get all the photos for the victims who come forward? I get not releasing some because some may have people who are victims that haven't come forward, but for the ones who have, why haven't all their documents been released? Because they're hiding it in order to protect Donald Trump's reputation and the reputation of the billionaires who are all pedophiles. And they're trying to protect Assad and their agent, Jeffrey Epstein. And unless you're willing to fucking grab the torches and the pitchforks, they're going to keep trying to get away with the cover-up. What would it take for you to personally get off your ass? I'm asking the chat. I really want to know. What would it take for you to physically get off your ass, grab a pitchfork, a proverbial pitchfork, and march on the streets? What crime would you need to see in living color before you would rush down and try to arrest people yourself? And that is the question that I think a lot of us need to confront. The question that a lot of us need to confront is, what is my Rubicon? What is the moment when you go out into the hills, you grab an AK-47 and you go out in the hills? Is there something that would make you do that? Because that question is being offered. Is this a question I should answer? No, what I'm saying, I'm not saying what do you want to do. I'm saying what would it take for you to be marching on the street? I know a lot of us marched on the street when we saw the murder of George Floyd. But what I'm trying to tell you is there isn't a group of people that are going to march for you. It's you or no one. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a very scary fucking reality. The reality of understanding that there is no safety net. There is no group of heroes. You are the groups of heroes. This chat is the heroes. There is not going to be some moment
The Rubicon is a river in Italy. The story goes that at the end of the governorship of Julius Caesar, he was ordered to disband his army and stay north of the Rubicon. When instead Caesar marched his army across the river and towards Rome, it was considered an act of treason and the beginning of the Roman Civil War, at the end of which Caesar would reign victorious. It is said, as he forded the Rubicon, Caesar declared, "The die is cast." In today's vernacular, we refer to a metaphoric Rubicon as the point of no return. Children cross the Rubicon into adulthood. Isolationist governments cross the Rubicon into international politics. Each of us will cast the die several times in our own lives. But we say also that movements, that people, cross the Rubicon when they become irredeemable. When times are bad, we wonder anxiously how far from the Rubicon we are. When does an insurgency become a war? A demonstration? A riot? When is the moment an economy in danger becomes one in collapse? We scan the horizon for the riverbank, hoping we didn't cross it some ways back. The thing about points of no return, the reason we worry over them so much, is it's rare to know where they are until they are some ways behind you. The Rubicon is not the Mississippi. It is a muddy little creek history lost track of for centuries. In the United States, we are in...
What's my Rubicon? sometimes we have these questions posed to us, and I want to answer you. I want to answer you about what my Rubicon is, but the reality is we're close. I heard tell that Trump wants to create warehouses near logistic hubs for tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of migrants. Those are concentration camps. And we're dangerously close. I mean, Sikot is already a concentration camp. And the Nazis did not have their death camps in Germany. Very few of their camps were actually in Germany. Most of them were in Poland or other occupied territory. That gave the German people a certain physical distance from the crime. But I gotta tell you, chat, that we're dangerously close to the point where participation in the system isn't viable. Now, for me, I still think the midterms should be mostly free and fair, in the sense that I don't know that they're actually going to rig the vote. Rigging the vote of the midterm would also be another Rubicon. So for me, it's concentration camps and rigging the midterm. Once they actually rig a vote, like, that is, to me, that's when we're not doing politics anymore. So, like, I would consider those two things to be things where conversations and arguments and politics and campaigning no longer have value. And that would be those are my, quote, Rubicons. Also, anything about, like, suspending elections, etc.
Increasingly comfortable saying that our democracy is under threat, that we are at risk of descending into authoritarianism. Few are ready to say that the threat has arrived. And I'm referring to myself when I say that. I'm not ready to say it's arrived. No one wants to call it prematurely. The right screams that the left, Black Lives Matter, Antifa, some thinly veiled caricature of the Jews, are ready to kick down your door and bash your teeth in. And I talk about why they say this. Their need to exaggerate the threat from the left so that when they aggress against us, it seems like self-defense, so that we are to blame for any violence we suffer. I talk about the danger of this thinking being accepted. I say the way mainstream conservative politicians and media legitimize these arguments is worrying. But I don't say, they are saying this in preparation to kick down your door and bash in your teeth. I want people to listen to me. I don't want to sound irrational. I don't want to sound like them. And I don't want it to be true yet. Say, for the sake of argument, you are, at this moment, standing ankle deep in the water, desperately wondering how many paces you are from the south bank of the Rubicon. There was a time when any number of things would have been the moment. If you could go back to 2015 and ask, is a candidate promising to jail his political opponents, or a president building concentration camps at the border, or a lame duck provoking an insurrection to overturn a vote, the moment where you would unequivocally call him a fascist? And we would have said, no question. But those moments came, and they went. And we called them troubling. We called them dangerous. But it still seemed alarmist to call them fascist. Journalists and policy wonks still reacted with surprise if you came anywhere near the word.
How can you say that?
You could still run a campaign on reasoning with the right. Republicans have made great strides by being so blatantly horrible that accurately describing their behavior sounds like hyperbole. It seems we are always approaching the other side of the Rubicon, never arriving. We can turn back. The North is still the nearer bank. And there is a knack to this. Everyone expects it to happen all at once, that one day we will wake up to swastikas and kids in cages and unmarked vans disappearing people off the streets. But those all happened on different days. And the swastikas were a natural extension of the barely coded language of the administration's supporters. The cages were the next step after their family separation policy. And the vans were not a surprise after years of police militarization. You don't have to cross the river quickly, just steadily, so that every step makes the last one seem inevitable and the next one obvious. The people who say, this will never happen on our watch, they'll just divert the river south to keep it true. It's losing a little ground on a dozen fronts every day. It's seeing so many lines crossed, you can't even remember where you used to draw them. It's the readiness to give up on things being better and just wanting them to be quiet. I can't tell you if that moment has come. I don't know how to call it any better than you. So instead, I'm going to ask you to do something. I want you to decide, at this moment, what the Rubicon is for you. What is that undeniable instant where if something drastic does not happen immediately, your rights and freedoms are forfeit? And don't show up in my comments saying it already happened years or centuries ago. You're not wrong, but cynicism is acceptance. I'm asking, when would be the time to act? Write it down. Put it on your phone or your dry erase board or a post-it on your bathroom mirror. So when that moment comes, you will remember that this was your Rubicon. Because it won't feel like it anymore. It will feel like the next logical step. And ask yourself, when that moment comes, what is the right thing to do? You don't have to have an answer yet, but think on it. 'Cause we haven't been doing it. As a leftist, the futures I envision are full of possibility. I am fond of saying, there are 100 ways forward and only one way back. So many things we could try if we allow ourselves to let go of white supremacy, of capitalism, of patriarchy. Imagining the future is a kind of world building. To be on the left, at least the way I try to do it, is to desire a spreading out, a pluralizing, an abandonment of hierarchy, and a sharing of power between us all. I don't know if that future is likely, but I know it's possible. That's not how things look on the right. For the right, left to its own devices, all roads lead to Rome. There's no telling what you're gonna do when the chips are down. Now that the chips are down, what you gonna do when the chips are down? Now that the chips are down. Dum, dum.
I think one of the things to keep in mind is that what's the answer? The answer is something that you have to consider. What will it take for you to look down and say, that's too far for me? I'm going to do something. What does something mean? I can't say. What something is something that you have to come up with on your own. without me telling you. Without me telling you what to do or where to do it or with whom to do it. I can't say. I really can't. I don't believe we have gotten to the point where it's unrecoverable. I don't believe we've gotten to a point where we can't win. I believe we have the best opportunity to make this world a better place than I've ever seen.
A nerve with the "we're cooked" crowd by calling them delusional yesterday, to which I say good, because it sounds like the time has come for me to say the other things I have to say to you, and I'm going to do my level best to be kind and calm about this, because the truth of the matter is the reason I haven't talked on this before is because you people infuriate me. I'm going to try, but I'm probably going to fail. The reason I called you delusional, for starters, is because your take that we're cooked and no one's doing anything and it's hopeless and no one ever stands up to him and no one ever does anything is out of touch with reality. It's out of touch with the court records of how many times he's been in court and lost almost every single time, including in his own bespoke Supreme Court. It's out of touch with all the times that he himself has backed down because he doesn't want to end up in court. It's out of touch with the fact that they vowed to have P-2025 passed 100% within 6 months, and instead we're 12 months in and they've only gotten through half of it. We've been dodging bullets left, right, and center largely because of the court cases. It's particularly out of sync with the fact.
Okay, I don't agree with this. I don't think the courts have saved us. I think what has prevented some of the policies from getting implemented is because they're incredibly unpopular and Republican politicians are worried about losing office. And the second thing is the Epstein distraction has taken up a lot of time. Like, we have derailed the Trump trifecta because his popularity is crashing, in part because of the economy not improving, especially cost of living, and the Epstein shit being such a distraction that he can't help but fixate on because he's guilty as hell. It isn't the Supreme Court saving us. Come on, man.
That people are in the streets every single day.
True, this is true.
Putting their lives on the line to beat this regime back, and they're winning. They're using their own bodies to run ice cubes out of their towns while you sit and scroll on your phone and say no one's doing anything. You might as well get up off your couch and spit in all of their faces. It would be a lot more efficient. And what really makes me angry about this is because despite the fact that gazillions of people have said this 1,000,000 times on this app all year, you are doing the regime's work when you do this. The whole thing runs on inaction and fear. They need as many people hopeless as possible and recruiting each other to be hopeless, because that's the only way they get to do anything. If you think you're not part of the problem and you're not part of the reason it's taking so long to end this, you're more delusional than I thought. And that's not my opinion. That is the scholarship. Inaction and fear. It comes in two ways. First, no one takes them seriously, which was us 2016 to 2024. And then everyone does, and they panic and they lay down and they hand him power. That's y'all. You are on this app every day worshiping him like he's some kind of untouchable, impenetrable God. You are fans. You are ops. You are part of his regime. I
agree with this. I think being a pussy ass bitch and going, oh, Trump is kidding us, we can't ever do anything. I think we gotta give up. Being a doomer, that's pathetic.
You realize it or not. And the fact that you expect people to validate you in that hopelessness, that you get belligerent the minute anyone pushes back on you, is absolutely diabolical. It is normal that you feel angry and sad and frightened. That makes you a human being. But you are responsible for what you do with those emotions. And two things can be true. And what is also true is that while your emotions are valid, nothing happening in 2025 is new. It may be new to you, but it is not new. Because the core organizing principle of the United States of America, not like on paper or in theory, but in practice, in all the ways that matter, is a sociopathic indifference to human suffering that is rigidly enforced by a code of silence. And that has always been true. That is the bedrock we're built on, and it is our history. And it was true long before this guy ever came to be. What I have learned from interacting with you for the past year, both online and in my life, is that you all seem to think that this guy is the problem when he is in fact the symptom. Countries do not fall to this stuff when they are healthy. They fall to this stuff when they've been necrotic for years. And we're a decade into this fall, so do the math on how long we've been necrotic. And I'm going to give you a story from my own life to illustrate that. Back in 2012, during the supposed halcyon days, when we had finally risen to our ideals by twice electing our knight in shining armor, Barack Obama, when we were at our apex, I had a catastrophic mental, nearly died, permanently damaged my brain, lost everything I had, including my family turning, which meant that I had to throw myself at the mercy of the systems of two different states, the one I lived in, New York, and the one I fled to, Illinois, both blue states that supposedly have their ish together. And the systems of those two states were both perfectly content to let me die.
So yeah, of course, it's America. You don't think there's all these people on the streets of California because Californians care about the homeless, do you? It's a fucking massive grift. They steal billions of dollars and give their jobs to their friends. The amount of money that's spent on the homeless could solve homelessness in California. They can't solve homelessness while also not building public housing, while also not taking any abandoned property, while also not, you know what I see? Like, you have to tread on the toes of private developers in order to build housing. They're not willing to do that. So all the money in the world goes nowhere.
Everybody, no money, no room, go to the ER, where I would have been handcuffed to a gurney, pumped full of sedatives, and dumped on the street with a $50,000 bill. Treat them in street. And the only reason I'm still here to bloviate is because after a month and a half of begging on the phone for my life while actively in and out of psychosis, someone took pity on me when I said, "Sir, I am insane and I'm going to die. Even if it's only a 1% chance, will you please refer me to someone or somewhere that might be able to help me?" And he said, "You know, you can call this woman that I went to grad school with. I haven't talked to her in 5 years. I don't even know if but I can't help." Okay. So I called that lady, and she wasn't practicing it, but she was willing to illegally give me therapy on her lunch break in a conference room for 30 minutes, and then use the other 30 minutes of her lunch break to call everyone she knew to beg someone to take me. And she finally found a clinic that hadn't taken a new client in 5 years, and they wedged me in, and I got in front of a therapist who told me she could not believe I survived. She could not believe that someone who had been she was not from this country.
I think one of the things I appreciate about testimonies like this is it's just like survival is luck in America. And we have this propaganda that we have all bought. Every American, even me, believes it, which is if you're stupid, if you made mistakes, you kind of deserve what happens to you. I may have pity for people who, you know, something happens through no fault of their own. But even I have this impulse to go, "Oh, you're an idiot. You deserve what you got. You're an idiot. You deserve what you got." I have to fight that instinct tooth and nail. And that is ultimately social Darwinism. That is ultimately the way Americans are persuaded to allow people to fail because they got addicted to drugs, or they fell for an MLM, or they got sucked into an abusive relationship. People are so eager, or they fell for a scam. People are so eager to look for a reason why you deserve to suffer instead of focusing on a society where everybody lives a life of dignity and we target predators. No, what we do in this society is we look at people that are suffering and look for an excuse of why they deserve it. Oh, you're unhealthy? Well, you're also overweight. That's what America is like. Oh, you're unhealthy? Well, you smoked cigarettes. Instead of looking for a society that functions for the least of us, we focus on finding an excuse for why you deserve to suffer. And you know what that means? We maximize suffering in this country.
From Australia. She said she could not believe someone who'd had a job since they were 12 had to go through all of that. And she was even more mystified that I survived because the statistics are bleak. So much so that she called her mentor and told him. And he said in 35 years, he had never heard of anyone surviving this. And I'm not saying that to truff myself up. I'm saying that to illustrate how broken your country was at its apex. And the elephant in the room of that if I hadn't been a nice, respectable, upstanding white guy who'd had a job since he was, do you think any of those people would have taken pity on me and helped me? Nothing happening in 2025 is new. What's different is that it's on such a level and it's so documented that that code of silence has been broken and you can't look away anymore. And now you're triggered and panicked and angry. And that's valid, but respectfully, you're late. A lot of us have been dealing with this for decades. You're late. And you do not get to despair and demand everyone join you, especially when other people are putting their lives on the line to do what you want while you scroll your phone and tell everyone we're cooked. To further underline this point, if I asked you to take out a pad of paper and a pen and write down every way that your life had materially changed since January, I'm not talking about you're more sad, you're more angry, you're more depressed because you scroll on your phone all day. I'm talking about things you've lost, things that have been taken from you. If you didn't have a phone or a TV or a computer and you didn't know what was going on in the world, how would you still know that anything had changed? And most of you are going to end up with a blank sheet of paper. And the reason I know that is because my life was nothing but terror and chaos until about 2.5 years ago, and I would have a blank. No one is asking you to be a Pollyanna. You are simply being asked to have some perspective.
By the way, chat, I think one of the problems with this guy is it's not that people are lacking perspective. It's that people are lacking an ability to exert their will on the world. They see that shit's fucked up. They disagree with it. But then they have a blank sheet of paper of what to do next. And I don't know, cheering on the Republican Supreme Court is a fucking joke, man. I'm sorry, you don't know what you're talking about. The bare minimum we need to do is build a new constitutional movement. We need to demand more. I think doomerism is a dangerous fucking liberal trap that gives you permission to be apathetic. But telling people not to be doomer unless you could offer them an alternative is just you trying to posture your moral superiority, which is not good enough anymore.
Hopelessness is a privilege. It is a privilege.
Kind of base, though. That is true. That is true. Because I could tell you, chat, inside your body are impulses and needs. You get hungry enough, you will eat garbage. Get cold enough and you'll wrap yourself in a dirty trash bag. To truly be doomer, you have to have a certain level of social and economic comfort surrounding you. And that is why I find doomerism to be the final boss of liberalism. It's when a person intellectually understands that society is non-functional, but they retain enough personal privilege to become apathetic. Doomerism is white people shit.
That people who truly have their backs against the wall don't have, because if they give into it, they die. Why do you think hope is such an endemic part of the black their culture? They don't have any reason to be hopeful.
Well, he put some stank on that black.
It's because if they don't have hope, they wouldn't exist anymore. What is your excuse? If you don't know how to turn your negative emotions into something positive, you're forgiven for that. Most people never learn how. If you ask me in good faith, I will maybe make some content. But my experience has been that most of you don't care. You want to sit in your hopelessness because it makes you feel like you have some simulacrum of control. But if you ask me in earnest, I can make some. But even if you don't want to do that work, that's fine. There are myriad other choices of what you can do with your emotions, which you are responsible for, than dumping them into an app and telling everyone to join you in your erroneous hopelessness. There are myriad other choices. And if nothing else, here's one I'll give you for free. You could stand 10 toes down on your hopelessness, commit to the bit, give up, and get out of the way. Because we don't have time for you. We don't have time for you to be doing this regime's work for it. We never have, and we definitely don't now. Buck up, get over yourself, get up on your feet, or get out of the way. No one owes you anything. Well, seems like I really struck.
All right. I do think, I don't agree with that last statement, which is that we all owe each other the world. That's the difference between the left and the right, fundamentally. We owe each other the world. We owe each other dignity. When you see a person who is suffering, you failed. Both you as an individual and us as a collective. Now, obviously that sounds idealistic or utopian or whatever, but it's actually not impossible. It just will take effort and organization. The things that suck to do. The things that suck fucking ass to do. All right. We are, by the way, chat, if you're wondering why the fuck is Mike still live, or why the fuck is Mike live on a Sunday, it's because I will be doing a live stream with Francesca Hong for governor. They're doing a live stream telethon later today, 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. That is Central Time. So in, I think, 2 hours, governor of Wisconsin. Oh my God, you're part of that. I got a text about it. Thank you so much, Mike. This Hobbit from the Shire is so excited. You're welcome. So we are going to be participating in this. This is why I streamed today, because I want to throw them a nice little raid if I can. Little did I know, the one day I go live, motherfucking Hassad goes live early. Like, come on, Hassad. We're trying to do praxis here. Every other Sunday, he's like 5 hours late.
It's really cold outside and my team won't let me in until I do a video about the live stream. So please join us on December 28th from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. for Hong for the Holidays live stream. We'll be on Twitch, YouTube. You can find us on Instagram, wherever you watch your videos. There'll be special guests. We'll talk campaign, a little bit about policy, and maybe even have a cocktail or two. So please join our live stream on December 28th, 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. See you there. Okay, can I come in now?
All right, chat. So we'll be doing that in a little over an hour. And if you often ask yourself this question, why have the Democrats learned nothing? It's because they only learn through one way, being replaced. I don't want to hear you fucking complain about the Democrats another fucking time if you are not there on the stream tonight.
Why have the Republicans learned that it's a different world and the Democrats have not?
I think that's a great question, and I actually just don't know the answer. I don't know what's.
People always say, I don't know the answer, when the answer conflicts with their ideology. People do only say this when their answer conflicts with their ideology. This is where, you know, they need to put the glasses on to see what the answer is. The reason why the Democrats haven't learned is because they hate their base, and the Democratic Party's role is to control the left in America, not to win elections. Sometimes the only way to control the left in America is for the Democrats to win an election. In that case, they'll win the election. And most of the time, the purpose of the Democratic Party is to demoralize, disorganize, and block any kind of left-wing movement in this country. That's what the Democrats are for. That's the function it serves in American society. So why don't the Democrats learn any answers to these questions? Why do the Democrats not change? It's because their role is for them not to change. Because if they learn their lessons, if the Democratic Party changed, it would be a tremendous boon to the left.
Happening on the right that makes it I mean, I think that there is certainly a lot of people would argue that a lot of Democratic leadership did naturally. The people who rose within the party during the 90s and the aughts were people who themselves were perhaps more eager to compromise than some of their forebears, right?
What does that mean? What the fuck does that mean? What that means is uncontrolled oligarch wealth flowed into campaigns. From a series of regulation, deregulation changes, Supreme Court cases, and the increased concentration of wealth at the top gave rich people more money to spend on campaigns. So not only was money to campaigns uncontrolled, the amount of wealth that was available at the top has also increased. The money is not controlled from a regulation side, and the money is not controlled from the side of the supply. So the reason why the people are in power is because they're the ones that are willing to take the bribes, right? The Democrats had many opportunities to stop the flow of corporate money into politics, and they have chosen no every time because they are the ones who profit.
or they became more eager to compromise as they aged. And so perhaps there's some sympathy with the center position and what is seen as the more combative Putin.
What the fuck are you talking about? They became more willing to compromise as they aged. Bill Clinton was young as fuck, and he ran as a right-wing Democrat who was going to capitulate and rid the Democratic Party of its New Deal base. That was his entire argument. His entire argument is, fuck the unions, take corporate cash. That wasn't because of aging. That was his ideology.
Individualistic next generation is also identified as being more left, though again, I think that sort of fails to capture a lot of the generational difference. But yes, in many cases, you're talking about a yearning for a more progressive Democratic Party, one that is not so beholden to Wall Street, one that is not, embedded with corporate interests in quite the same way that the Democratic Party has become, and that is now considered a left position. I think it's a very, so that there's this sense that it's an attack on them, which in many cases it is at this point, an attack on the choices that Democratic leadership has made. I don't know why the right was more responsive to it. I mean, I certainly remember that the right was not initially, and then they got taken by a Tea Party. Let's remember
but Cantor gets taken out. Cantor gets taken out by, what was it, David Bratt or something like that, and loses his, that's the first Tea Party sort of scalp, if you will.
Yes, and it was a shock. I remember being shocked.
We were all, everybody was shocked. I mean, this was like literally, I don't know, 6 months after Cantor, Ryan, and McCarthy are on a, cover, Young Guns of the Republican Party, and they've taken over. And then within a couple of years, they're all gone. That happens with AOC and Crowley, and then it's the opposate. Is like this, and it's almost it was a direct mirror. I mean, Cantor, I think, was the sort of was third, I think, in line to Paul Ryan, and Crowley maybe was 2 in line, but it worked in a just completely different way.
So I would say that there's a critique that one could make, which is that people in power may be more likely to side with power. And that part of the project of the left, the very loosely construed left, right? And I'm just, the Democratic Party goes to its left,
yes.
Center, okay, has a pretty hard job in this country, which is theoretically, at its best, fighting against centralized power. So that means via, fighting for labor protections, right? Fighting on behalf of workers, fighting on behalf of, fighting against all kinds of oppressive other structures around gender and race and identity, right? And it's a combined project, right? I've always believed that there's no way that the sort of false distinctions between identity, fighting against racism and misogyny and homophobia and transphobia, and fighting against corporate interests and on behalf of workers and people who require health care and food, those things are completely linked, right? But it's a really hard project in this country, because the whole reason this fight exists is because the country was built around structures that privilege people in corporate power, that privilege white people, that privilege men, right? Like, there are all these things that are the old way of doing things. Fundamentally, when you're fighting against those kinds of structures, it's a very uncomfortable place to be in. So for a right to move right, on a lot of those things is a more comfortable move than for the Democrats to move left, making those fights much harder, right? We have a natural gravity toward the forces that built this country. And that is why for generations, for centuries, these kinds of linked struggles have been going on again, the very loosely defined left. And so I mean, maybe that's it. Maybe it
on the right, it's sort of like if you can replace this guy as long as you feel comfortable with here's the new boss, same as the old boss. The problem is that is not the way that people who are supplanting power, again, center to the left, are viewing it. They're doing it to fundamentally change how that power operates and to distribute that power.
Yes, yes. And the power, remember that within the Democratic Party structures, within Congress, you have, this is part of how power works, right? Power moves to the top and then people don't want to relinquish it. That is how you have a country that's so based around corporate power. This is how you have a party that is resistant to, changes in how it works in terms of identity, culture, certain kinds of privilege, right? Because nobody wants to give up their power. And then you see the meta version of that happening with actual elected officials who have had certain kinds of power. And this is part of what my piece was about this week, was the very mundane, sort of aside from these broader philosophical questions about what direction is your party willing or open to turning. You also have the very basics of people who have been very used to having a voice that matters, to being able to cast a vote and feel like they matter, to being able to have staffs and take
material
trips.
benefits.
Material benefits. It is hard. And by the way, I just want to say, as a human being, it is hard to get old. Okay. I think that is anybody who's had parents, anybody who themselves is aging. I actually so far have really enjoyed getting older, but I know that there comes a time. It's hard. And it is also hard to give up power, which is very tied to this question of getting older and immortality and reckoning with the fact that you're not going to be around forever. So it's not that I'm without sympathy for people who have in many cases spent decades, being used to a certain kind of life and having a certain kind of voice. I am a little bit without sympathy for those people because, one of the things is your job is...
Well, yes, there's a lot of people's lives who hang in the balance. So
right.
What the fuck are you talking about? This is liberal blathering of the worst type. This is where, I'm sorry, but, what the fuck are you talking about? I have sympathy for the consultant class of the Democratic Party, which sucks up billions of dollars every election cycle to buy themselves yachts to go on the Chesapeake. What the fuck are you talking about? Every single one of these people should be fired and get a real fucking job. If you can't win elections, what use are you? What the fuck? If the average steel mill, if a steel mill is unprofitable for 0.5 per seconds, or God forbid, not profitable enough, they'll shut it down and destroy an entire city. And you want me to be fucking show pity to the consultant class liberal that made it possible? What the fuck are you talking about? They have one job and one job only: win elections. If they don't do it, they're out.
On one hand, we have what I think Kevin Drum would call the iron law of institutions, which is, you want to hang on to power, even if that means, you're captain of the team on the JV team, as opposed to riding the bench on the varsity team, essentially. And then the other one is, and this one I found fascinating, you really outline this in the piece, is that material benefits of the thing of you have one woman, was it Norton Holmes or Holmes? Yes, Eleanor Holmes Norton. The cops just found that she's suffering from Alzheimer's when she got rolled for $4,000 or something, and she's going to run for re-election. Okay, so there's this quality of okay, now I'm in my 70s, 80s, and you write, people's grandchildren have gone off to college and maybe their spouse has passed away. Now their staff is their friend circle, and also, but friends who are really, really helpful, which is, and I totally understand.
I mean, I'm going to go further than that because they're not friends, they're employees.
Right. And you have,
right.
Well, then you also have a Michael Jackson sort of dynamic where it's if this guy, goes into rehab, I'm out of a job. And so we're going to keep this party going.
We know these are the symptoms of, again, what you're talking about with people who have power is you then have people who become dependent on them. They become dependent on, for example, their staffs. And that is what a former congressperson told me, observed in their memories of having served with some very elderly colleagues who certainly should have stepped away a long time ago, but refused to. In part, it's there's nothing else because their lives have been this job, and then they have a staff in place. And as you just recounted, that staff is often, these are the people who are taking care of them in their old age because their families have moved on or grown or spouses have died. But then in turn, that staff becomes dependent on that elected official to maintain their job and their access to power. And these things happen in every industry, right? You have people at the top who have certain kinds of economic and professional power. And then you have a circle that creates this sort of closed circle of, no, you're still wonderful. You can do this. You can, or in some cases, I'm sure that there are congressional staffers, and I heard from some of them who don't think that their bosses should continue to run, but they're the ones who have the power. All of this is true, and it's human. And this is how power works. This is the Democratic Party in a moment of, not just a moment, like I believe that the fight in this country, to create stability and preserve protections and rights and dignity for more people is an ongoing we are in an ongoing crisis and have been for most of the history of this country. This is a particularly heated moment in that crisis, and so hearing about how, yes, it is hard to move on and hard to give up your staff and your perks and your power and your ability to vote, pretty alarming in the context of who is going to come next. And I want to raise one other point on this. I think that, and this is more of a touchy-feely point, amongst my peers, amongst the people I know, amongst the people I spoke to for this piece and talked to about in all my reporting, there is such a yearning to think about the future, because the current moment can be deadening. And that's not just it makes us feel bad. The current moment in which Democrats have not had a lot of power. Why was last week so thrilling? Just, having a few electoral wins. It was like a reminder that there will be something else. There will be a time after this. And so, and young people and young leaders are the most tangible reminder of, look, we're going to have another generation of people. We are not going to be.
Don't these elderly Congress people have pensions? Yes. The problem that we have is our electoral system is fucking dog shit. Like, we need constitutional reform. We need to reconstitute America. The state system is stupid. The 50 states are incoherent. I mean, when half the states are literal squares because they're just arbitrary and they're not connected to any kind of like geographic region, we need a complete and utter constitutional rework. I would honestly like to get rid of geographically based representation, or at least do like a hybrid party / geography representation, proportional representation, like voting for party list. Like, we need a system that deprioritizes these arbitrary divisions that are not even really connected to anything that's tangible in people's lives.
With these same people leading us and driving us to hell, right? And with their punitive cruelty and capitulation, punitive cruelty on one side and too frequent capitulation on the other. This is not going to be our steady state forever. And so young candidates and this next generation of leadership is also just crucial on a sort of, and I think this is important politically, on an emotional level, getting people to stay out there, to stay active, to stay hopeful, because if you give in to the despair of powerlessness and this sense of powerlessness that many of us have in this particular period, then you're not doing the work of building power for the future. And that is, in fact, the path out of this moment.
Yeah, I for a while, I've been feeling like I'll probably be in retirement or semi-retirement, but that future looks good as long as it's not suppressed as much.
I feel the same way, Sam. I feel the same way.
But what I also found fascinating was when Nadler, you got a quote from somebody about Nadler, where Nadler felt like he still had time to do something else. And he's late 70s. I mean, God bless him, whatever. But yes. I also remember that, and I don't know if it was back like in the
50 watch streak, not bad.
60s or 70s, or whether it was in at different parts of the 20th century. But one of the ways that they got federal judges out was to basically say, we're going to give you a good pension.
Yeah.
And otherwise they would hang on until they're in. There is this sort of quality of like, okay, Republicans probably have more, there's just so much more money on the sort of like ancillary parts of being a former Republican in terms of lobbying, in terms of...
By the way, chat, I just realized I've been streaming for 4 hours on a bonus day. I did not chill at all. I'm doing this stream for purely altruistic reasons so that I could raid Francesca Hong when they finally fucking go live, whenever that is. I've been working an entire extra day. And you know what? I didn't fucking chill. And now I'm like, I should be fucking chilling. And not only am I doing an extra day, I'm doing an extra long stream just to be convenient for them. Why? I have no fucking idea. Why am I this nice? Because I believe in the cause, okay? You don't do altruism for the reward, dude. Well, no shit. No fucking shit. But then I also realized I didn't take any days off for the holidays. And I streamed it. In fact, I had more work during the holidays. I mean, it's almost like I have a real job. Ham and Fist, thank you for the 20 tier ones. Anyway, if you enjoy the content, please consider supporting it. But don't give me all your money. Save it for Francesca when they finally go live, whenever the fuck that is. Anonymous gifter, thank you for the 20 tier ones.
Sinecures at the Heritage Foundation, or whatever it is that you go on to do. And there isn't that necessarily on the center left. I'm sure there's some, but it's not the same.
It's funny that, I didn't use this quote in the piece, but I did a lot of reporting on Massachusetts where Ed Markey, who is 79, is being challenged by us. And he's sort of a progressive hero for a lot of people. And so it's an inverse of that idea that the youthful energy runs to the left and the older politicians run to the center. He's being challenged by Seth Moulton, who is, a centrist. And somebody was talking, so I did a lot of reporting in Massachusetts, and one of my sources in Massachusetts said to me, we used to have a saying that there's got to be a University of Massachusetts campus somewhere to put these guys in charge of when we move them out of political office, which speaks to exactly what you're saying, this idea that there has to be something on the other side. Actually, a point that somebody made to me in the piece is that in hanging on so long, a lot of these people on the left,
they missed their window.
They missed the window for having, so maybe it's not some fancy sinecure, though plenty of them are doing really well, and I don't even know that they need the money. But in terms of prestige, some kind of power after having served, getting the kind of, adulation and having something equivalent in terms of power or authority after their political career, a lot of them have hung on so long that they do miss that window. And one of my sources talked about George Mitchell, the former Maine senator who went on to serve as the ambassador of Ireland. And he had retired in his early 60s from the Senate. And then was able to have a tremendous career afterwards. And I think that a lot of them sort of can't see that in refusing to retire, they're missing the window of gratitude, celebration of their career. The kind of people would have them come and give speeches and teach courses and teach the young people. There's an enormous amount of gratitude. And I talked to a bunch of people for this piece who have decided to step aside in part or entirely because they believe that the next generation should take over. And one of the great...
I don't know what it's like to be a liberal. I honest to God, I can't remember. I can't remember anymore. I honestly can't remember what it was like to just think people just do things randomly, and everything is up to the individual personal moral worth of the people just do things because they're a good person or because they're a bad person, and la 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 la. And the world is just, I guess it sucks because we're all just individually bad people making bad decisions. What is it like to think like that? It's because elites are all on the same side. Citizens United and John Roberts created a fundraising arms race. I mean, there already was one, but they basically took the cap off. And I think you need to understand that the Democratic Party itself is plugged into making money. So the incentives are there to make more money. Until you start stripping power by winning elections without the money, it's not going to matter. 62% of Democratic voters want new Democratic leadership. More corporate Democrats need to be primary. I've donated to Leaders We Deserve, David Hogg's organization, multiple times because centrist Democrats need to go. I never want to hear from Schumer or Jeffries again, except they're the people you're currently empowering. I mean, none of the establishment progressives are even saying they're going to run anyone against him. I mean, that's the reality. Thank you guys so much for all the support.
Ones is Tina Smith, who is retiring at she's basically a child at 67. And she's stepping away because she believes so much in the next generation. And she said to me that people come up to her and thank her for understanding that she doesn't have to stay in power forever.
I feel like we could get a GoFundMe just to hire like a squad of people to go and take photographs and surround Ed Markey every day and take photographs of him just as if they're like press. But so, okay, this is an interesting sort of like
Ed Markey of all the people to name, you're naming Ed Markey, who's running against a fucking centrist scumbag. What the fuck? Of all the people to name, you name Ed Markey, one of the better senators we have. Are you okay, Sam? Are you okay? I don't care if Bernie Sanders 95 years old. It's about the ideology and the policies. Why would you bring up Ed Markey? Also, I don't give a shit that Jeffries is young. He sucks. I don't care that Pete Buttigieg is young. They suck. You're going to find plenty of people that are willing to sell out who are young. Stop making this about age. It's about policy. It's about what they stand for, which is garbage. You could be 1,000 years old and a fucking dust pile, but if you're voting for Medicare for all, I'm behind you.
The position because Markey is a senator who I really do appreciate. But we have this sort of dilemma where Moulton is not of the same ideology. He is, Seth Moulton is within the context of the Democratic Party, way to the right of Ed Markey. And there are natural successors to Ed Markey, like Ayanna Pressley.
Ayanna Pressley is the, yes.
And yet
she didn't run.
She won't jump into the race because there's this sort of frozen thing, but isn't like, and on one hand, it's like, okay, I appreciate to this extent that she has respect for this guy. But on the other side, it's like, okay, listen, you're going to have to jump. The only way he gets out is if you jump in. He may not at that point, and you may split the thing. But if Seth Moulton wins, you're not going to have an opportunity ever to take that next step, at least in that seat. Maybe you got to wait another cycle for Elizabeth Warren or something like that. But this is also incumbent. Like, it's not enough to just simply say Markey won't make the decision on his own. Like at one point.
So, yeah, I don't think it's impossible that you see somebody else jump in this race. I think, in fact, it's notable. Ayanna Pressley.
Why the fuck are they encouraging this? What the fuck is going on? Of all the people to talk about, what the fuck are you talking about? Huh? I'm 210, chat.
Is one of the few Massachusetts Democrats who has not yet endorsed Ed Markey, and I don't think it's impossible that she's going to get in, or at least investigate it.
Oh my God! I just realized something, chat. That's really bad. That was almost really bad. What the fuck? We don't like that. We definitely need to fix that. What the fuck? We don't like that. That's not good. Okay, we're back.
Further. But it does create a difficult situation if you're talking about splitting that progressive vote. If you come in as a progressive, are you then, because I think there's a lot of conventional wisdom in Massachusetts that Markey could probably keep the seat. And if you're going to come in and split a progressive vote and then Moulton gets that seat, and Moulton is much, far
way
less
to the
preferred.
Right of, yeah.
Right, way to the right. And also just, he has not exhibited, even for, a center moderate politician, has.
So why are you talking about a make-believe candidate and running down Markey? What the fuck are we doing here? Of all the races, you're doing this? What the fuck is going on? Am I having like a stroke?
Exhibited greatness, I would say.
Right.
And he is young and could keep that seat for a long time if he won it, theoretically. But so do you want to enable that? It's a really bad position. And I agree with you. And I think it's very possible that somebody else, maybe Pressley herself, will jump in, and that will change the dynamics of the race. And maybe it will convince Markey to step out. But I also do want to say, one of the things that strikes me so much about Markey's insistence on keeping the seat at 79, again, these are 6-year terms, right? And I know he's very healthy right now. A lot of people are healthy in their late 70s. A lot of how we get here is that we've had tremendous medical improvements, at least for people who have access to health care. And so I'm sure he's healthy now, but 6 years is a long time.
I've witnessed this firsthand. The difference between 79 and 85 is not like the difference between 42 and 48 or 49. It is not even remotely close.
But also, let's even put a pin in what the actual physical or mental acuity is, right? He's 79 years old. He's done this job for a really long time. He has been in Democratic politics for all his life. And you know how he won last time? He had a younger challenger 6 years ago in Joe Kennedy, right? And who was challenging him, and he was a more progressive candidate than Moulton is. And you know who saved Ed Markey? Is young people. AOC and young progressives came up and rallied around Ed Markey as an older progressive hero and helped him retain that seat. And he won that seat by like 10 points against a Kennedy, which is hard to do in Massachusetts. Historically, and
increasingly easier.
Increasingly easier. I think it's going to be much easier moving forward. Right. But, the idea that young people came out for him, but that he can't even see what is it that makes somebody think that they're the only person who can do this job, when in fact it's not just Pressley. People named a ton. There are a lot of really, really good politicians in Massachusetts who are sort of ready to go for Senate seats. And what is it? Why do you need to have that seat for another 6 years at 80 years old? It doesn't track, and is a particular repudiation to that younger generation that came and worked for him 6 years ago.
And there also feels like this
is just dumb as fuck. I'm sorry, chat. Let's go through the list. Cory Booker, Christopher Coons in Delaware, Dick Durbin in Illinois, Hickenlooper in Colorado, Lujan Ben-Ray in New Mexico, Jeff Merkley in Oregon, John Ossoff in Georgia, Gary Peters in Michigan, Jack Reed in Rhode Island, Gene Shaheen in New Hampshire, Tina Smith in Minnesota, and Mark Warner. I would be wanting to primary Booker, Coons, Durbin. I think he's done. He's retiring, right? Like, look at all these senators. Every single one of them is worse than Markey, except for Jeff Merkley and Tina Smith. And she's blathering about Merkley. He's the last person I would want removed. The literal last.
It's a failure, because then I want to jump up to Maine. You know, like,
we find a way to make it about age, not policy, and then we focus on the most progressive old guy. Fucking joke. Get the fuck out of here. You fucking wow, what a loser she is.
Who is the person?
What the fuck is this shit?
Who's not having that conversation with Markey? Like, you know, like,
why are you talking about Markey and not the 8 other centrist Democrats in deep blue seats that are running? Why the most progressive one? What the fuck are we talking about? I'm gonna lose my mind.
You know, there is a universe out there where the leader of the Democrats in the Senate is not Chuck Schumer, who is not, you know, sort of like just enmeshed in this constant, I mean, I don't know what it is about Schumer's like sort of compulsion to not do politics in many respects. I mean, and we're seeing it in this shutdown. It was reported in the Prospect that he was sort of orchestrating this group of 8. In fact, he may have been 10. He and I would suspect Ossoff, but Ossoff realized, like, no, this does not make sense. But he's out there sort of like mentoring Gillibrand as she moves like further and further to the I don't even know what to call it, ideological, if it's right, if it's corporate capture, if it's crypto.
That's the thing. It's not exactly left right. It's like just a center.
Money. It's money.
It's money.
It's big tech.
It's money and it's power. It's money and it's power. And it's status quo. That's the
theoretically
thing. Like
those two are the ones within the context of the, you know, Democrats Inc., as it were. Those two should.
All the single ladies 2016. Okay, I gotta see what she was saying about Bernie Sanders. Oh, that was easy. The Sanders campaign sexist new argument. Hillary tries too hard. Sam Cedar, what the fuck are you doing? She's
going up to Boston, go to Markey, like, look, we will help you.
Why are we talking about Markey? What the fuck is going on? How are you trapped in this? Like, what the fuck? Are you not aware of the, like, said it? It's like, let's target one of our top 5 most progressive senators because he's slightly old, when there's like 10 more older candidates who are far to the right of him in deeper blue seats. What the fuck is going on?
You choose your successor, but you should, if you want to keep the ideological fights that you have, like, that's what should be happening, and they're clearly not doing that. Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show.
Okay, Francesca, are you going live yet? Oh, Lord in heaven. All right, we're gonna take this plane all the way to the fucking landing. We're gonna scrape. You know when you're like flying, chat, and you run out of gas? You know what happens? You know what happens when you run out of gas? Gliding. And you only have so much range before you crash.
This story is also Law and Order related, but this is the big sort of news media story of the today is the revelation that Barry Weiss personally spiked a 60 Minutes packet, like a 60 Minutes segment that was set to air this Sunday, which featured testimony from Venezuelans who basically, like, well, with legal status, who were, renditioned to the CICOT torture prison in El Salvador. And this was a story that 60 Minutes had already promoted, Like the promos had already been cut, and it had gone through every conceivable like level of legal and standards and practices. Like it had been vetted to the point of near oblivion. And then Barry came along and spiked this story, which is like, I guess, still, I mean, it's like still kind of shocking to me that she would do something that blatant. Because, like, look, the point of the story is that it makes the Trump administration look horrible because they sent innocent people to be tortured in a foreign country's dungeons. And okay, I want to read Barry's statement today. This is what she said about, because it's obviously very controversial, and people at CBS News and elsewhere are rightly upset about this. And this is Barry's statement. I want to say something about trust, our trust for each other, and our trust with the public. The only newsroom I'm interested in running is one in which you're able to have contentious disagreements about the thorniest editorial matters with respect, and crucially, where we assume the best intent of our colleagues. Anything else is unacceptable. I held a 60-minute story because it was not ready. While the story presented powerful testimony of torture at CCOT, it did not advance the ball. The Times and other outlets have previously done similar work. The public knows that Venezuelans have been subjected to horrific treatment at this prison. To run a story on this subject 2 months later, we need to do more. And this is 60 minutes. We need to be able to get the principles on the record and on camera. Our viewers come first, not the listing schedule or anything else. That's my North Star, and I hope it's yours too.
So, like, according to her, if anyone, like, if they're going to do any story, right, they have to have like a novel, they have to bring something new, they have to get someone new on camera or something. So if you were to watch like CBS programming or open up the Free Press for that fucking matter, you wouldn't see like, for instance, 70 million stories that are like, the anti-Semitism of the Ivy League that are identical to 20,000 other fucking articles that exist in tablet commentary and whatever the hell else, and add nothing or completely.
Not to mention Erica Kirk. Talk about a story that is not moving the ball forward. She did about 80 different podcasts before you premiered your town hall with her, and it's like, what's the news you're breaking here? Her husband is dead, and she's a woman of unimaginable grace and charm and godliness. Like, and you should look at CBS's fucking website. It was like 80 stories about her fucking pointless interview with Erica Kirk. And she's saying that, and I also like her very like casual dismissal that like the public knows that Venezuelans have been subjected to horrific treatment at this prison. So what's the point in belaboring it? It's not unlike the 4 people who don't know that Charlie Kirk has been killed already and that his widow is still a wonderful woman.
I would go as far to say the only novel features of any reporting, any journalism under Barry Weiss's aegis, it is anything by Olivia Reingold.
Yep.
We're big Olivia Reingold fans here.
I love her.
Legitimately, there is no one like her.
Felix, did you see she posted a story about Jewish parents in New York who are just kvetching that their kids all voted for Mamdani, and she called it, "This is my magnum opus." The piece is about 1,000 words long.
Well, some magnums are bigger than others. That's what Morrison said. But what I'm always saying, hey, didn't magnums used to be smaller? But I also Liel Leibowitz's article in the Free Press, my favorite article, I think yours too. The Americanness of Scooby-Doo.
Yes, that was so
goes written
good.
by Dr. Cap Jackson.
You see, the dog is sort of an all-father figure, an enjoyer and patriarch to all women.
You see, Scooby and Shaggy, they have enormous appetites, but none of these are actually sexual in nature. And it's truly, if modern endocrinology existed for the purposes of the mystery machine, you'd find Velma actually is the most testosterone-laden member of the menage a trois.
The thing about Dagwood and his sandwiches is that they're standing for the penis. The prototypical American blondie.
Beetle Bailey's sergeant, he chooses to chase the secretary on the desk. And this is a man who's attended military colleges, knows military maneuvers. He could catch up with his madame if he so wished. But he doesn't because he just wishes for Private Beetle Bailey to see him pursuing the woman.
Often
so as to say, Beetle, what we do in private is not my public persona. I wear a mask.
It is the pursuit of the act rather than its fulfillment, which gives us psychological gratification. Just a few more things about Barry's statement here. One is, and she says, the only newsroom I'm interested in running, blah, blah, blah. When the fuck have you ever run a newsroom until last week? Like, she's always been on the opinion side of any journalistic outlet. She's never been a reporter or fucking much of an editor, as far as I can judge. And then more than anything, the sickest part to me about this statement is she says, like, basically, we need to be able to get the principals on record and on camera. I would think that the principals in this story were the innocent Venezuelans that were tortured in this fucking dungeon. You've got them on the record. But like, we need to hear Stephen Miller's side of the story, in which he says, it's actually good that this happened and I support it. Thanks a lot. And also, like, setting up a standard by which you can't run a story unless you get by the way, and the 60 Minutes, the people who reported this story said that they gave the White House ample opportunity to comment and they chose not to. But saying you can't run the story unless they comment on it is essentially like a veto power over any story that 60 Minutes wants to run.
Sure like to take a break after doing 5 hours. Be nice to not have to immediately perform for another hour.
Dealing with the White House or the American government.
I need to not show being annoyed to the stream. I need to not show being annoyed to the stream because I'm not trying to run down vibes or anything, but I'm just also like... One thing I need to do is when people ask me for help, I need to be more assertive going forward about what works and what doesn't work. I need to do that. I need to learn that I need to not just go with the flow because there's no one that's more of an expert on political Twitch than myself.
Platform the White House.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. But 60 Minutes producers who obviously predate Barry's tenure, they obviously pointed out that, yeah, this gives the administration veto power over anything they run about anything like this. But while she's making the point that it's like, okay, there's no point in us running anything unless there's a novel angle. Fucking novel angle are you going to get from talking to Stephen Miller or any of these fucking dopes? They're just going to say, we arrested criminals and drug dealers.
Yeah.
Oh, they're all tren de agua. Where have we heard that before except for every goddamn interview they've ever done?
Yeah, exactly. Because that's the only thing they can say about it when they're like, well, these people had no criminal record. Some of them had legal status. And like, let's say some of them were criminals or overstayed a visa on like a misdemeanor. Does that warrant them being tortured and raped in some fucking gulag? Like,
right. I go as far as to say that, like, even if someone's a fucking tren de agua, whatever the fuck that means, they still have human rights. You can't rendition them to a fucking banana republic
without due process, without any due process, and then to be tortured as a form of like judicial sanction against them, like. You know, and her rather blithe statement that like Americans already know that these Venezuelans are being tortured. Well, it's like reading it in the New York Times is one thing. Seeing it on 60 Minutes after the after the football's over is quite a bit different. And I think that like that is her role as sort of ideological commissar for the new David Ellison, administration friendly CBS News, is to prevent normie Americans from coming into contact with any news story that would reflect badly on Donald Trump. And when I was thinking about this, Felix, I thought about like, obviously, like, but comments you've made before about what makes the New York Times effective propaganda. And I was a little bit shocked that like, I would have thought Barry, given her experience at the New York Times, would understand the utility of like, if you were going to be an ideological commissar and like be the sort of vanguard of fully transitioning like an institution like CBS News into just regime propaganda, you would recognize the utility in running a few negative stories on Donald Trump, so that when you come time to put your fat fucking fingers on the scale for a story about Israel, which is the real reason you've been put in charge of this, it would go down a little smoother. Like I don't think that's a consideration at all for these people. Like, I don't think they're trying to preserve the credibility, the credibility, use the institutional credibility of CBS News to advance their political agenda. I think their political agenda is part of a project that is about removing any and all assumption that like the news is a public good, or that people, or that like the people who are not immensely wealthy and powerful like have a point of view, or like that something becomes true simply because David Ellison, like Barry has credibility and respect because David Ellison and his shithead son respect her. Like that's all that matters.
And I think like, she doesn't, one of the specific reasons they picked her, why it's her specifically doing this and not someone who's aligned with her, but you could at least throw some like patina of professional credibility on. With Barry, and especially among Barry's fans, I've taken to reading the replies to free press posts and posts about Barry, and
they're great.
Collecting all the sex tourists who are, Jim, 1947 in Thailand. She's one great gal. A little old for me, but I like her. They to Barry's fans, she's like a lib,
Yeah.
To them, they're like, oh, it's fucking ridiculous that anyone would think she's like a Trump water carrier. And we know that because 3 or 4 times she said, I don't like Trump. Therefore, she could, she would never, ever do anything. She would never compromise her standards for Trump. I
think one of the things that's so funny about the Zionism in particular is that it's this movement of people that have such a high opinion of their elite status, their supremacist status. And the guy that's their closest political ally is a fucking huckster and a corrupt dolt. That's who they've got.
In this case. And she doesn't need to do the New York Times or BBC thing of actually covering some unflattering story, actually doing their stated job in some instance, because they already have that. They already have enough of her supporters going, well, clearly she's kind of a lib. So if she's saying this, what do you think?
It's I don't want to make it seem like CBS News has ever been anything other than a fucking mouthpiece for the capitalism and empire and wealth and power. I mean, time to rewatch The Insider, everyone. Fantastic movie, one of the best of the 90s. It's the brazenness of this. And I think it's about the assumption that everybody understands the news is already ideologically biased and shades things to the benefit of the people who own it. But I think they want to make that explicit now so that they have a free hand, because it's not really, it can't possibly be about ratings for CBS. I think it is about a pure exercise in that, in what wealth and power buys you in America now, which is you don't have to pretend anymore. And I think that is the real, I don't know, that is the real consequence of Trump being in power twice now.
Yeah.
Is that no one has to pretend.
Chat, I just realized that Mark Andreessen blocks me. Apparently, Mark Andreessen has seen my tweets and blocked me. I guess they're fucking scared. I'm changing the Tesla mission wording from sustainable abundance to amazing abundance. The egghead blocked me. He got mad I made fun of his cone head. He's mad I made fun of the cone head. The poor guy. All right, what's this video you linked me? Because I'm beat as fuck. Star Trek, Jobs, Money, and Replicators. Okay.
This isn't going to be your typical Star Trek economics video. This isn't going to be your typical Star Trek economics video.
Don't tell me they don't use money in the 23rd century.
Well, we don't. This has spawned endless arguments over how that works, whether the Federation is communist, and how the repeatedly referenced Federation credit fits into this allegedly moneyless world.
But I'll bet you credits to Navy beans we can put a dent in it.
At least 2 books have been written on the subject, Rick Webb's The Economics of Star Trek and Trekonomics by Manu Sadia. While both books make some good points, I personally prefer Webb's work. It gets more into the issue of how what is depicted on screen might actually work without being completely mired in neoliberal Keynesian assumptions. I mean, Trekonomics actually cites Paul Krugman in the acknowledgments. Of course, Star Trek is made up. It's not an empirical case for how to actually organize a society. But it does give us some things to think about. And this whole no money thing is high on the list for a lot of people. And for nerds on mountains. Because the Federation economy is effectively post-scarcity. It's not capitalist. No one is market dependent because there's no market when the walls manifest steak dinners and martinis on command. But it's not communist either. Private property clearly still exists. Chateau Picard is one glaringly obvious example among many. There is no indication of a planned economy beyond Starfleet shipyards. The Federation isn't just a modern system with starships.
By the way, I don't think they say it's... I hate to be very anal about this, but just because a farmer has possession of farmland doesn't technically mean it's private property. There could be some sort of grant, and there's no evidence that they're excluding people, right? There's no evidence of being held in possession, right? They just have them there, that there's a vineyard there. maybe that is socially accepted or democratically derived, or maybe they, you know what I mean? Like, that's not technically private property unless they are selling it for a profit, which I don't think they're doing. I think they make wine because they like to make wine. They like the feeling of authenticity of growing their own grapes and making wine the old way. It's not that they're not making it for money. It's self-actualization. It's a hobby. It's like somebody crocheting on their armchair, except they're growing grapes and making wine. There isn't like a winery economy they're not going to be homeless if they don't sell enough wine or whatever the fuck. Sorry, but I hate to be specific, but you did make a video about Star Trek.
It's something qualitatively distinct. I say it's effectively.
Also, you say it's qualitatively, but what are you talking about? We've never had communism. Communism is a theoretical state of a moneyless class. I mean, okay. It's commonly said to be a moneyless, classless, stateless society. It doesn't mean nobody has a farm anymore, right? It is about ending the bourgeois capital relation. Basically, the proletariat bourgeois class division. It doesn't mean, like, what are you talking about? And I would like to point out, there are plenty of people in communist China and Russia that had what would amount to be Chateau de Picard.
Scarcity, because there's clearly limits. Starfleet can't just conjure starships. They have to construct them, implying that there's a point somewhere between stakes and starships where replicators cease to be a viable means of production.
I think it has to do with the fucking warp core. It requires like non-replicatable materials. They do that to create limits, right? They do that, and the hulls are made of some sort of thing that they need to, you know, there's like trilithium or whatever the fuck. There's some non-replicatable element that is too complicated. Like there's some sort of exotic matter that they can't replicate in order to do the thing. Okay, it's just to create limits so that, you know, there's stakes. Because if everything is unlimited all the time, well, then there's no stakes. So in order to create dramatic stakes, there has to be some limits.
Energy-based economy. Replicators run on energy, and anything they produce can be measured in terms of how much energy it takes to convert the raw replicator slop into the final product.
So I ate Neelix's food for a week and used my replicator rations.
And at some point, it takes more energy to replicate a thing than it takes to physically build the thing. But that's at the level of public works projects and defense contracts, not the sort of...
I don't think that's correct. I'm pretty sure the energy systems they have in Star Trek are matter-antimatter reactors. So that means they get complete annihilation, meaning all the matter is converted to energy. So the matter-antimatter reactors is what they have, which is like theoretically the limit of converting matter to energy. So anyway, the reason why they have replicator rations is because Voyager is on the other side of the galaxy, disconnected from all the logistical trains. So they, you know, if they run out of trilithium or whatever, they're fucked. So they have to limit the amount of energy that's being used because they only have so much, you know, like storage or whatever.
Thing that the average citizen has to deal with.
Whatever, it doesn't
matter.
At
the personal level, it's just like being wealthy enough to not need to work a job you hate. Everyone lives comfortably and has plenty of leisure time. So why does anyone work?
We work to better ourselves and the rest of humanity. What does that mean exactly?
More fundamentally, what is a job?
That's literally how Marx describes communism, by the way. I just want to mention that is literally how Marx describes communism, by the way. I just want to point that out.
And how does society function if too many people don't have one? These were among the issues addressed in 1964 in a document titled The Triple Revolution, signed by a slew of economists, scientists, and other notables who posited that the link between jobs and income was breaking due to 3 simultaneous revolutions in American society. What it called cybernation, which is just increasing automation of production, increasing output while reducing the need for labor. A revolution in weapons, most notably of the nuclear variety, that couldn't be used to win wars, only deter them at great expense. And
this is just socialism in a country where people can't say socialism.
Revolution in human rights, with equal rights and opportunities for everyone becoming a reality, thereby opening the workforce to more women and minorities, leading them to expect higher living standards with it, while at the same time the need for workers was starting to shrink due to increases in productivity, creating a disconnect between expectations and economic reality. The potential workforce was growing while the demand for labor was shrinking, and you can't even balance it by having a huge army to soak up the excess. The idea bounced around until 1968, when a group of 5 prominent economists wrote an open letter to Congress, which was in turn signed by another 1,000 or so who concurred with the conclusions. And in 1969, President Nixon, of all people, was fully on board with a plan to institute cash assistance for all American families below the poverty line, up to $1,600 a year, which adjusts a bit shy of $14,000 in 2024 inflato bucks. This was seen by some as the first step in addressing the broad problems outlined in the Triple Revolution report, as well as laying the groundwork for a universal basic income. Of course, there were a lot of people in both the Republican and Democrat parties that thought this would lead to lazy mooches and/or outright communism.
Like, if data was a fine shawty, would you chat up that batty circuit board? My answer is that he is a person. So you're asking me, there was an android that was a person that I knew and I liked them, would I date them if I was single? And the answer is, who fucking knows? I'd have to meet the android, okay? I like to meet people. I don't like to fantasize objects. I like to have relationships with actual human beings or persons. I don't like to imagine data as an object. I like to imagine data as a person. And the question you really should be asking is, would that hypothetical female data want to date me? That's the more important question than whether I imagine something that I would want. And this is why you're single.
A lot of data, both solid and dubious. The Senate made some changes and Nixon was talked out of it, and the plan was mangled into the sort of workfare programs we have today. George McGovern pushed for a more extensive basic income program in his presidential run in 1972, but that went down in flames. And now, with the first quarter of the 21st century almost behind us, it's easy to assume that the Triple Revolution was alarmist and utopian. They thought the robots would bring automated luxury communism. Those wide-eyed liberal fools. But there's another possibility. Perhaps their assessment was at least partially correct, but a different solution has been implemented. Because a lot of the jobs today are bullshit. An easy way to get to full employment is to take all the unemployed, divide them into 2 equal groups, and have the first group dig holes, and then the second group fill the holes up. But do they have jobs? They're not doing anything useful. It's all just tedious make work with no benefit to anyone.
Let me tell you something about TPS reports.
And while not quite as obvious, that's what a lot of our economy is today. Make work. We shuffle a lot of paper around. We have a lot of rules and regulations that don't actually produce anything, make anyone safer, or improve the lives of anyone, but they sure keep a lot of people busy complying, enforcing, consulting, and auditing. Large businesses are bloated with unnecessary managers.
I have 8 different bosses right now.
There are entire federal agencies that do nothing but spew forth regulations that keep compliance officers and lawyers busy.
What are you, an anarchist?
If we narrow our definition of employed to include only people that provide a good or service that someone would actually choose to pay money for, a significant percentage of our population is effectively unemployed, paid to produce nothing. The illusion of work, says 4th-tier YouTuber talking about Star Trek. So if we hold on to this idea of technology increasing productivity to the point that there just aren't enough real jobs for everyone to have one, and couple it with the idea of Star Trek depicting an energy-based economy for the Federation, it starts to make more sense. Webb gets into this some, suggesting that there is a sort of energy ration deposit for Federation citizens, a kind of universal basic income. Imagine there's some level of welfare benefits in every country, including America. That's easy, that's true. Imagine that, as the economy became more efficient and wealthy, the society could afford to give more money in welfare benefits and chooses to do so. Next, imagine that this kept happening until society could afford to give the equivalent of something like 10 million US dollars at current value to every man, woman, and child. Which would mean that the Federation does use money, strictly speaking. Transactions involve a tokenized representation of energy assets. But the benefit automatically received by every citizen is in excess of what they actually use in the course of normal living. Like if a billionaire goes to a 5-star restaurant, he can order whatever he wants. It isn't free, he pays for it, but the cost isn't high enough to give any thought to. At that point, you wave your plastic card and someone brings
By the way, this restaurant that he's showing is not a job. It's basically the equivalent of grandma cooking Thanksgiving for you. It's like when you go to a relative for Thanksgiving dinner, do they charge you at the end of the night? They do it because they like it and they love serving people and it's fun and socializing with people is fun. That's the restaurant you're seeing. He likes cooking meals for people. He's doing it for fun. It is self-discipline. He's not making money from this. He's slaving away because he enjoys the process of running a restaurant. That's literally what's happening here. And people are going and consuming his food because they are intrigued with the social environment. They like the feeling of being served. They like seeing what he's going to bring to the table. That's an experience, a social experience that they're enjoying. They don't pay for this, and he's not being paid.
It's not as magical as a replicator, but in both instances, the actual workings of the mechanism of exchange happen in the background. The end consumer isn't giving it much thought. And various iterations of this idea of universal basic income keep cycling back around. You might remember Andrew Yang running for president on the issue.
Universal basic income is stupid because it's moving around money, not actually providing services. Our society, and it's fundamentally a belief in markets, and I don't believe in markets. I just believe it'll be inflated out and prices will be going up. I used to think that was wrong until the COVID experience. I was more pro universal basic income until the experience of what happened with COVID. What happened with COVID is the capitalists that had market position and monopoly literally just raised prices and gouged. When everybody had a little bit more money, it resulted in ballooning inflation to soak it up immediately. We do not need universal basic income. We need universal basic services, meaning a house, healthcare, transport. Like, the government needs to directly provide the thing, not the money to buy the thing, but the actual thing. So I don't agree. I don't think UBI is a good idea unless we already have universal basic services.
Supporters of the idea, it's a way of not only ending poverty, but of freeing people to pursue work they have some aptitude and passion for, suggesting that we'd still have doctors and engineers, but we'd also have a lot of mediocre artists. Of course, the opponents of UBI have some points too. There are concerns that it brings a loss of purpose, that without a job to give them meaning, people will be depressed and destructive.
What? That's just nonsense. This is laughably stupid. In fact, you could actually see there's a significant increase in happiness of Americans from when they're 55 to 65. What happens at 65 is you get Medicare and Social Security. So when Americans get to Medicare and Social Security, many of them don't retire, but they get kind of like a baseline support, and it helps them fill in their needs. It doesn't give people less purpose. It gives them more purpose. So that's just not true. Also, I know a lot of people that are military retirees. They still work.
Of course, this argument is usually made by university professors or think tank policy wonks or people engaged in other intellectually stimulating pursuits. I have yet to hear a cashier or a delivery driver say it. It's kind of an elitist argument, and it misses that when working men especially lose a job, there's a sense of shame with it. But it's not the job itself that gave self-worth. It's the societal perception of being useful, responsible, able to provide for a family that comes with steady employment. That's starting to break down now as more and more people follow the rules, work a job, still can't get by, let alone buy a home or start a family. And of course, some argue that a lot of people would just do nothing. Maybe smoke a bowl and watch Star Trek all day.
Some
that
people
could
will.
well be. But in the context
Who gives a fuck?
Of an increasingly productive and automated economy, an economy characterized by administrative bloat, over-criminalization, and make-work, I think we at least have to ask ourselves if this is necessarily a bad thing. Think of whichever government agency or greedy corporation you find most objectionable for this exercise. Maybe it's the ATF, maybe it's Core Civic, the big private prison company. Whatever tops your shit list. Is it better to pay these people to do nothing or pay them to do harm? While never directly addressed, Star Trek suggests that the Federation chose the former. As a side note to the different social dynamics that would come with such a system, I want to mention the 2006 documentary, Do Communists Have Better Sex? It compared couples from
The answer is yes.
East and West Germany, and while it didn't say this directly, one of my takeaways was that while a man in the capitalist West could get by just by being rich and a good material provider because women were mostly expected to be homemakers, in the communist East, women were equally represented in the labor force and no one was wealthy, so men had to be interesting if they wanted to attract women. I suspect that would be the dynamic in the Federation as well. But obviously, we can't just give every American $10 million a year and suddenly we're living in Star Trek. We'd be living in the same America, just with prices that have a lot more zeros at the end. But on a more foundational level, we've seen a mostly steady increase in productivity bring down the cost of goods over the past 200 years. Star Trek takes that trend to its extreme, where manufacturing is so simple and the energy required so cheap that no one is going to spend their entire paycheck before they get the next one, unless they get it in their head to do something crazy like buy their own starship, which I would be totally trying to figure out a way to do. But sometimes situations arise, as with Voyager, where the available energy and individual needs and wants line up much closer.
What do you say we blow a week's worth of replicator rations?
In that case...
Again, Voyager is about a specific situation where there is a starship that's been flung across the galaxy. It doesn't have access to the rest of the Federation's support. So they have to kind of batten down the hatches, and they turn energy consumption way down, because they don't have a steady supply of energy, so they're trying to make sure that they don't run out in the middle of the fucking nowhere.
People have to start thinking about how they spend what they have, and the machinery of commerce becomes much more apparent and relevant to them. That's the Federation's money, an energy-backed, non-physical currency coupled with a high level of universal basic income. It's just that the society is so wealthy and the calculations so far in the background that it seems like they don't have a money analog until something goes very wrong. But what's up with this Federation credit we keep hearing about?
My friend, 10 credits apiece is a very reasonable price.
Webb suggests that it could be a private currency to facilitate trade with foreigners. I've suggested that it could be a unit of account only relevant for government spending and foreign trade. The cost of starships is tallied in FedCred. There's an exchange rate with Latinum. It's much more closely tied to actual productive capacity than anything we would recognize as finance. And the only people that ever have to deal with it are people in Starfleet procurement or living on the frontiers in regular contact with other cultures. But how practical is this really? Because we can't count on having the magical level abilities depicted in Star Trek. 3D printers and tabletop CNC machines can do a lot and are rapidly getting better, but replicators, they are not. Every method of industrial level energy production we know how to do, and fusion, if it ever becomes practical, requires a fair bit of infrastructure that needs to be maintained. The average citizen having more wealth than they can spend seems unlikely. But we might be able to approximate some of Star Trek's not quite post-scarcity, but definitely post-capitalist elements in the not too distant future. There's, broadly speaking, two facets to this kind of economy. On the production side, we can expect our technology to improve in a linear fashion, better and cheaper additive manufacturing, more automation, AI that can handle more of the low-level administrative stuff, but nothing that completely upends
I don't consider anything that happened in Picard to be true.
Entirety of manufacturing, agriculture, and supply chains like replicators would. In short, increasing productivity and decreasing demand for all but the most specialized skilled labor. The other side is the financial system, which is currently tailor-made to funnel wealth to the already wealthiest people and institutions. For example, newly created money, like the massive stimulus a few years back, goes to banking institutions and large investors first, and they can use it to invest in real assets before the increased money supply drives up inflation at the consumer level. It also allows a soft default on government debt through inflation, at the expense of the working class. The details of currency can have a significant effect on society, and there's a spectrum with gold, an extremely inflexible option on one end.
There's nothing here but worthless gold!
And on the other end is the currently fashionable modern monetary theory, which basically holds that a government doesn't need to worry about debt denominated in its own fiat currency because it can just make more to pay the debt through purchases of treasury bonds and whatnot.
That's not actually what they say. They say, why do they struggle so much? Why do they struggle so much with modern monetary theory? Modern monetary theory does not mean that we can make as much money as we want with no consequences. Modern monetary theory say the limit of what we can spend is not some arbitrary debt number. It is the actual productivity of the economy and available resources, and taxes are used to modulate inflation. You tax to limit consumption so that the state has more headroom to do investments. That's what you tax for. You tax the rich to lower their consumption so that you have more resources available to deploy with the state. That's what they're saying. They're not saying that there's no limit of spending.
Provides an accurate description
of how a fiat currency like the US dollar or the British pound actually works. It reminds us that we're no longer on a gold standard, so finding the money to pay for the things we need is never an issue for countries like the US or the UK.
Either of these will lead to problems. Ideally, the money supply should grow at the same rate as the economy, thereby avoiding inflation and deflation. That could be achieved by just making the currency backed by a basket of commodities that represents the real productive capacity of the society using it. This allows it to be adjusted to some extent, unlike gold, but it prevents the government from just creating more money out of nothing. At least until they do something like add water to the commodities basket and start treating the Earth's oceans as a currency reserve. It's no sillier than the proposal to mint $1 trillion coin to avoid a debt default. A Krugman-endorsed idea, incidentally. But it seems...
Okay, first of all, because it's all made up! The debt ceiling is not the same thing as debt default. That's not what that means. The debt ceiling is just some arbitrary shit that they put in for no fucking reason, where the government cannot borrow more money. That it's not being limited by the market. It's being limited by legislation Congress made for no fucking reason that is probably unconstitutional and conflicts with the budget. I don't want to explain this stuff because it's very simple, but no, the coin is not, we're missing a debt default. The coin is, we are allowed to issue money, and we do it all the time already. It's just there's an arbitrary debt limit that we get to that they have to raise it, but the debt limit is unconstitutional.
It's like we need something more for this future Trekish socioeconomic system. Is there a way we can approximate that free money in the background effect without massive transfer payments or high inflation? Maybe there is. Bear in mind that this is highly speculative. What might this kind of UBI look like? First off, it can't just be the government redistributing tax revenue. It's too easy to skew it, to use it coercively, and it's just too bloated and inefficient. But there are other ways to fund a basic income as part of how the currency works, independent of direct government policy. For part of it, we can look at Bitcoin. Currently, new Bitcoin enters circulation through mining. People set up computers that process blockchain transactions, and the one that does all the calculations first gets paid by the creation of new, at this point,
Actually, it's not the calculations first, it's random. It's luck. Everyone's making calculations. It's just, it arbitrarily picks someone to give coins to of all the people that are mining. And the more hash you have, the more chance you have of getting the coin. That's not how it works. You're wrong.
Bitcoin. On its own, this doesn't help us in this case because Bitcoin has a hard cap of 21 million, both making it inherently deflation.
It doesn't have a hard cap. They could just declare, they could do what's known as a branch and change the cap. The cap is the current way Bitcoin works, but if you get the majority of Bitcoin miners to agree on a new code, you could branch it. But again, I'm not going to get into this. It doesn't matter. I know more about crypto. It's okay.
And raising serious questions about how reliable the network will be when there's no longer any mining to be done. But it does show us that the concept of a self-regulating, non-governmental digital currency is possible.
It's not a currency, it's a speculative asset.
Part of our credits, units, UBICs, can be a public infrastructure of computers to manage transactions, but with the proceeds from mining being distributed fractionally across the entire user base.
Why the fuck would we do this mining in the first place? It's a completely waste of energy. Why the fuck are we doing the mining? What the fuck is the mining for? We're just having, it's meaningless calculations in order to generate scarcity of the money. That, why not? Why do we need to do that at all? It doesn't make sense. Like, why are we doing that? It's just a waste of energy, a waste of processing power.
Being a tiny fraction of every single transaction in the total economy each day, a trickle of income for everyone. Importantly, this new money goes first to the public, not to the government, banks, or investment firms. It has to cycle through the consumer economy before the state can buy bombs with it. It could also draw some funding from a public goods approach. For example, Alaska's dividend payments paid out to citizens of that state annually from a percentage of the state's oil revenue set aside for that purpose. This could be expanded to all the nature-derived sources of wealth being held as a public trust. Oil, timber, power generation, whether solar or nuclear or coal, a percentage of it all feeding into the UBIC pool while still leaving large enough profit potential for industry to exist. Balance this revenue split against current costs and taxes and excessive regulatory hurdles in many cases, and it's not necessarily prohibitive. have to stress that. We can't simply add this kind of proposal as costs on top of current expenditures on tax collection and enforcement, welfare payments, Social Security, etc. A basic income really only makes sense if it replaces all of those things, making a big chunk of the cost a wash in comparison. The per capita income under this would not be Star Trek levels of independent wealth for all. There will still be a financial incentive to work, even if only part-time. I'm not going to attempt a napkin calculation because working this out would take a room full of economists and a whole lot of time, followed by trial and mostly error. But there's another aspect to consider.
This is just trying to do central planning with extra steps. It's trying to rename what has already been tried, but by adding a kind of like veneer of the computers are going to do it.
Because we're not talking about an instant solution. Because citizens could be entered into this at birth. Infants would collect Ubix. Infants don't buy anything. So whether through restrictions until legal adulthood, good education and self-restraint in one's youth, or some combination thereof, people can enter adult life with a decent savings already established. That alone could go a long way toward alleviating the physical effects of poverty as well as...
Okay, I want to thank this guy for this discussion. But what I will say overall is, if you understand your Star Trek lore, you understand that they ended poverty, not because replicators were invented, but because humanity was unified politically. There was what amounts to a socialist global world revolution. That's what ended war. It wasn't replicators. Replicator technology came much later. There was a unified world government, and they ended capitalism, and because we already have hyperabundance. What is the main, and I'll explain it to you this way. What is the main problem that people are complaining about with China? They're saying that China is overproducing. China's bad because they're overproducing, meaning they're producing goods and services for too cheap. I don't know about you guys, but I don't think that we have enough stuff. I don't think we have enough solar panels. I don't think we have enough wind farms. I don't think we have enough public transit trains and electric buses. I don't think we have enough apartment buildings. I don't think everything is too cheap. I think everything's too fucking expensive. I think we need more productivity, not less. We need more efficiency, not less. Like, as somebody who's never seen Star Trek, should I start with DS9? Gosh. I'm sure somebody has laid out an ideal Star Trek. I do feel like starting with DS9 is kind of good. But it's the thing about DS9 is, to really appreciate DS9, you have to know what baseline Trek is. God, I'm gonna die. I'm actually going to die. TOS is a hard watch. I think the original series is not where I would put people in. I mean, it's made in a television show from the 60s. Like, I think DS9 is good, but the problem is you need to understand the context of Deep Space Nine. You need the context, of like the Star Trek world in order to understand the riffs that Deep Space Nine is doing. You know what I mean? Like, you need TNG for DS9 to hit. The problem with TNG is season 1 and 2 are really bad. Season 2 does have bangers in it, so it's not completely bad, but season 1 is actually trash. It's actually garbage. But, you know, I don't like to say that because, you know, there are a few events that happen that are important to understand later. I feel like if you start with there's a few bangers in season 2 that you could watch, and then you go into season 3, and then you watch most of the show, and then before you get to the final season or the final 2 seasons, you then go back because you're enough of a fan that you could watch season 1 and 2 and get through it. Although season 1 is rough. All right, chat. I am beat. I am crushed. I'm immediately going to walk away. As soon as Fred goes live, I'm immediately pressing raid and going away. So I will be seeing you, I guess, in a half an hour. Actually, I will say at 1, I'm going offline. Whether or not they're live or not, I'm going off at 1. Like, I'm just period. So no matter what they do, I'm just saying we got 10 minutes. Let me see here. Elon Musk, they're posting this picture of a segment, I guess, of California's high-speed rail. Presumably this was built to get over a crossing street. And No. And Elon said corruption in the limit is indistinguishable from sabotage. What's really interesting is Elon Musk was one of the saboteurs. He said that there would be a hyperloop, a vacuum tube that would whisk people from point A to point B on underneath tunnels, underground tunnels that would be 500 miles an hour, whatever the fuck. And America ended up not building the California high-speed rail. Meanwhile, China has completed 50,000 kilometers of high-speed rail. Meanwhile, I think LA to San Fran is 650 kilometers.
The Xi'an-Yan'an high-speed railway officially began operations on Friday, bringing northern Shanxi province fully into China's high-speed rail era. For local residents, this is a long-anticipated moment.
This is my first time taking a high-speed train, and I'm really excited.
It's the very first run of this line. We came especially to take the inaugural train and experience it for ourselves.
It was unimaginable before that it now takes just 1 hour and 8 minutes to get to Xi'an.
Northern Shanxi is located on the Loess Plateau, a region known for its deeply carved terrain. It has long faced transportation constraints. Crossing this complex landscape, the railway showcases advanced engineering solutions developed for the challenging geological conditions.
More than 90% of the Xi'an-Yan'an high-speed railway consists of bridges and tunnels. Engineers also had to overcome technical challenges caused by fragile and unstable soil. To address these difficulties, innovative technologies and new construction techniques were widely applied throughout the project.
Just as high-speed rail has been reshaping everyday life across China, the new line is expected to further strengthen connections between urban and rural areas and bring greater access and opportunities to communities along the route.
This new railway is part of a much bigger picture. With its launch, China's operational high-speed rail network now exceeds 50,000 kilometers, turning large-scale infrastructure into everyday benefits for people across the country.
Elon Musk admitted to his biographer that the reason the Hyperloop was announced, even though he had no intention of pursuing it, was to try to disrupt the California high-speed rail project to get in the way of that actually succeeding. This is pretty wild.